What's going on? What's going on? Come on in, come on in. Hit that like button as you come on in. Hit the like button as you come on in. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know where you're checking in from. And hit that like button as you come in. Happy Sunday to everybody. Hope everybody is having a wonderful day. Topic tonight, social media. And creating a barrier between social media and, let's say, trucking. And this topic is something that you can actually utilize. So if you're watching this and you're not in trucking and you're researching the internet, you're researching social media for real estate or for marketing or for whatever if you're looking to do an online store, whatever, I think we're creating a barrier between what it actually takes to become successful and what the perception that people put out on the internet of what success is. I think that's very, 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 very important. I think that's how a lot of people get caught up in perception instead of reality. So come on in, hit the like button, Let me know where you're checking in from. Just came off of Kirk's live, was watching his live. His live was about social media as well, and box trucking. Oh, and I guess it, our topics, like, I guess it just happened this way that we're both talking about social media. It wasn't planned, but I guess you guys who watched his live tonight, and now you guys over here, you're in for a double treat, and I'm gonna speak about it from a different perspective from him. I'm also going to make this interactive tonight. I haven't did an interactive live in a while, not because I haven't wanted to. I just always forget to drop the link, but I want to actually make this an interactive live tonight. So I'm going to drop this link now, and throughout the course of the show, if you want to come in and chime in, you're welcome to do so. You're welcome to do so. So I'm going to drop the link, and you're welcome to come up anytime. I haven't dropped the link in quite a while. So feel free to come in and chime in. I'm going to let the room build up. Let me know where you guys are checking in from. Hit that like button. Let me know how your January is going thus far. Always got my tank full. Don't forget, y'all. Who's that? Always got my tank full. Don't forget, y'all. Always got my tank full. I think I know what you're talking about. But yeah, we gonna that was like a few months ago. That live was we're gonna try to keep things positive. We're gonna move forward. We ain't gonna revert back to a time where I had to, feel like I had to, I don't that's not something that I take pride in doing. I kind of regret that, but it is what it is. So come on in, hit the like button. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know where you're checking in from. Don't hurt to laugh sometimes, boss man. Man, you know what? I hear what you're saying. It's just right now I'm tired, man. I've been, last 2 days, I'm working off maybe 7-8 hours of sleep. You know what I'm saying? I'm working off 7-8 hours of sleep. I kind of did something, and it's not the fact that I shouldn't have did it. I didn't realize that when I did it, how much time it was going to take for me to prepare this mentorship that I sponsored for these 15 lucky people. So I really been working on that into the wee hours of the morning, and I haven't really been getting much sleep because I'm preparing to roll that out for those 15 lucky people. For those that missed that live, I sponsored 15 lucky people with free mentorship. It's for 15 people who are looking to enter into the space. So it's not an intermediate, it's not an advanced mentorship. It's a beginner's mentorship for people who are looking to enter into the space. We're going to start 2023 off right. So we don't want any repeats of 2022. We don't want any repeats of 2021. So I said, I was going to take it upon myself and walk 15 people through the proper way of starting their business off. And I'm going to I'm going to hold their hands up until it's time for them to go out and actually do the physical work. So that's another thing that I was going to get into, but I guess I can jump into that now, is this whole mentorship thing. And one, I'm going to tell you guys why I never did a mentorship. You know, it's something that I pondered on, I thought about, but I never pulled the trigger on it. And the reason why I never pulled the trigger on doing a mentorship is because I think, and I've said this before, I think a lot of the times when people do mentorships, if they don't get results from the mentorship, they go place the blame on the person they bought the mentorship from. Now, yes, there are a lot of people, or probably some people, I don't want to say a lot of people because I don't know. You know, I can only go off what people tell me. I've never purchased a mentorship from anybody, and I'm gonna talk about that too. I'm gonna talk about time periods in business. I'm going to talk about gift and curse, things of that nature. I've never purchased a mentorship from anyone. You know, in my days of starting a business, a trucking business, whether because I'm still starting businesses in 2023. When you're an entrepreneur, you don't stop. You always continue to create and build new businesses, and you, as time goes on, you get smarter with the businesses that you create. So I don't know what it's like to purchase a mentorship. So I can only go out what people tell me. I know there's people that have purchased mentorships from people that didn't get value, but I don't think that every person who's purchasing a mentorship from people aren't necessarily always not getting value. All right. When a person gives you information, it's up to you to take heed to that information, and you still got to apply yourself and do the work. All right. My name, my name is my name. All right. So the reason why I got somebody chiming in, I'm just gonna hit this point and then I'm gonna bring you up. The reason why I never did it is because I know that it's gonna be somebody. If I give them a mentorship, I put all my time, and y'all watch my content. Y'all watch my content. Look at what I put into my lives. I do full keynotes, full PowerPoint presentation, keynotes. It takes time to build that. Those slideshows, it takes time to do that. And I do this for free on my lives. So imagine the time that I would take, well, that I am taking now, but let's say I was charging if I did a paid one, right? Imagine the time I would take to put into that, to guarantee you. I would second guess myself because I would want to make sure you're getting your full money's worth. Look at the time that I take into these lives. Go back and look into some of my lives. For y'all that come on my lives, y'all know I do full presentations for free. So if I charge somebody 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, you already know what effort I would put into it. But there's going to be someone that's going to go out and not put in the actual work, and then they're gonna come back and blame Mark. See, Mark don't want to hear that. Mark don't want his name smutted. So Mark's name is his name. My name is my name, and I don't really need the bread. So that's why I never did a mentorship. All right. So when I did do a mentorship a week or two ago, I sponsored everybody. They're getting it free. They're getting it free. Now, the only thing I ask with people is that the 15 people that I'm giving it to, don't 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 take my time for granted, because I'm spending my time to offer this, you know what I'm saying? And I believe the 15 people that are sponsored, they're going to be there with bells and whistles. They're going to be on that Zoom before I get there. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be there before I get there. But that's why I've never uh did a mentorship and have no desire to do a mentorship, because I know it's always going to be some person that's going to spend that bread, but then once they spend that bread, they expect results, and nothing is guaranteed. You got to put the work in. You got to put the work in. We're going to talk about that. I'm going to decipher this whole social media thing in business. The trucking is box trucking and social media, but you can actually apply this to any business you're looking into. When you're doing research on social media, you're looking at influencers, you got to understand, and you got to be able to uh, 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 decipher between, what's real and what's not. What's what if I always say this, if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Some of these influencers you see out here, not all of them are plants. Some of them are plants, right? Corporate plants. All right. I'm not going to really dive into that too much, but I'm going to put that information out there. And some of them are people who are just professional influencers, professional content creators. I've talked about this in the past. They study Google Trends, they see what's popping, and then they go dive into that. All right, they use their good looks and some trinkets, some toys to put forth this illusion for you to buy in, and then that's what people do, and they're buying into a person who's uh never even ran a truck. All right, but let me bring this person up real quick, and then I'm gonna get into my presentation. We're gonna do the Q&A. It's gonna be interactive, and yeah.
Hey man, how you doing, man?
What's going on?
I was just talking with some other guys. Talking, I forgot his YouTube handle name, but he said to come over here and check you out. So I at least want to come over here, give you a shout out, man. He said you be giving out some good information and stuff. So I'm now I got to go back and watch all your old stuff and get
Mhm.
caught up to what's going on now, man. But keep pushing, keep putting out good information. Don't look back. Have fun with it, bro.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you for chiming in. What's your name? JPTV?
JP
JPTV?
or yeah, or JPTV 3000 and all that. But hey man, have fun, bro. I hope I hope and wish that whatever you gonna go do, man, you can help somebody, you can teach somebody something, and they can go help and pass it on to the next generation, bro. Some of them are gonna bring it back to you with some positivity, but either way, just embrace it, man. Hey man, you a leader.
I
This is what that
appreciate
life is like. So keep going.
I appreciate that. Thank you for checking in.
Yep. I'm
All
gonna head
right.
back downstairs, man.
Say that again. I hear you.
I said I'm gonna head back downstairs, man. My Bluetooth is garbage.
All right, bet. Thank you for chiming in, bro.
Yep.
All right, bet. Yeah. Yeah. So Chris, no, it ain't the fact that I'm not laughing. You just when I get on here and I do these lives, I seen somebody else say something like that, I guess in a joking way, another content creator, like, man, we're glad to see you alive. I just take things serious. I'm a very serious individual. People that know me in real life, they know I'm just a serious dude. Uh, a lot of that has to do with, I think, I don't want to say the way I was raised, but for people that are on live, that I think environment plays a big role on why I'm always serious and things of that nature. People from the environment I'm from can kind of understand what I'm saying. Um, but it doesn't mean I'm not. When you don't see me crack a smile and I'm not on here giggly and laughing, I'm just serious because once I take the time to build these lives up, it's down to like the very last minute before I go live. And then once I start presenting it, serious business. I crack a smile here and there if something's funny. Sometimes I'll read something in the comments and I laugh. But when I'm presenting, I really do it from a serious because this is serious business. You know what I'm saying? Even though I'm not charging nobody when I do these lives, a lot of people come to these lives for information and they're spending a lot of money. All right. So I take it serious because I understand that the money that people are investing into this industry, it's not nothing to be played with. I know what it takes, you know what I'm saying, to well, you know what? I don't want I know what it takes to get into this industry from when I got into it, and I understand that now it's harder to get in. It's harder to get in. The cost of entry is a lot harder. So I just come when I'm on here presenting, I'm just serious because I know it's people, somebody, probably at least one person out there is taking notes. So I'm just valuing their time and I want to get straight to the point and put out the content so they can get value so I can move on. But if something funny comes up in the comment section, like that comment you put in, you saw I did crack a smile because you threw me back. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to go back to that part of my life. That day, that live that you was talking about, when I actually, after I did it, I actually regretted it. You know what I'm saying? I actually regretted it. And I'm just happy that was able to move past that. All right. So let me know where you guys are checking in from. Let me know where you guys are checking in from. Brian Watkins in the buildings, 8 days into 2023. Hope everybody is still on the truck with their goals. Yeah, I hope everybody set goals, or the what is that they call it? You put up the vision board or whatever. You got your vision board goals or whatever, and you guys are getting to the vision board goals or whatever. On Track Truck and send me over here. I appreciate you coming in. Speaking about mentorship, I was watching Big Vic's live and someone mentioned you challenging his mentorship. we were confused, but I'm sure it was not worded like that. Can you explain? Someone did reach out to me and said that there was something confused. And check it out. I haven't watched this live, but this is something I talked about earlier. And I'm gonna go watch this live and I'm gonna look at the comments because he did a live a few months ago and someone said something and mentioned my name in one of his lives and said, well, they didn't mention my name. They brought up on 2 different occasions. These are months ago of content that I did, and they mentioned it in a way, they kind of misworded it to create some type of confusion and controversy. And this is what people do. And this is part of the whole social media thing and not getting caught up. I don't get caught up and stuff like that. So someone did reach out to me. I'm glad you did. And my DM and said someone went over there and tried to stir up some confusion. But I actually talked to Vic today in the DMs, and the challenge was like what you're saying. It was just a challenge about doing. I didn't challenge nobody's mentorship. I did a friendly challenge on giving back. I gave away 15. I'm not challenging nobody to give 15 mentorships away. I challenged him as a friendly challenge to sponsor one person. He accepted the challenge. See what I'm saying? This is how you do things, like, man, but it's gonna always be people that try to bring dissension in between people. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if this person actually was trying to do that. I'm gonna go watch the live and I'm gonna see who actually said that, because if it's who I think it is, this one person who I don't know what his issue is with me. He's not a content creator. He's actually a subscriber. But for some reason, this dude said something to me in a comment about 4-5 months ago, and this dude got an issue with me. I don't even know this dude. You know what I'm saying? Never met this dude. He's an older man. He's an older man, and he's actually one of his subscribers. I see him, commenting with him a lot. You know what I'm saying? In a good way, but for some reason, he just always try to misconstrue my words. It seems like to cause dissension. I don't know if it's this person or not, but when I go watch that live, I want to see. But I appreciate you for let me know. Somebody else did let me know too. We were confused about, I'm sure it was not worded like that. Can you explain? Yeah, so it was just a friendly, you know how people do those challenges on Instagram, and then you nominate a person. That's all it was. I nominated him to sponsor somebody for his mentorship. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go look and see how they worded it. But I talked to him today on the DM, and he accepted the challenge. So he's gonna sponsor somebody when he opens his mentorship back up, and then it's up to him to nominate somebody else. And this is just something positive that I thought I was doing. But some people are going to try to take a positive and try to create dissension, but it's all good. At least we were able to figure it out. Well, I appreciate you for letting me know. Your new name should be 3-hour live, Mark. I'm gonna try to cut them lives down. Mark, we need bathroom breaks during your 3-hour streams. All right, so since y'all complain about the 3-hour streams, I'm gonna make sure this one is 2 hours today. I don't care where I'm at. I could be mid presentation. I'm gonna hit the end button and you're gonna see the out credits. All right, we're gonna make it. I'm tired anyway. You see what I'm saying? I'm a serious person as well, so I get it. Yeah, man, serious, man. I think a lot of my seriousness just comes to the environment. I can't walk down the street like smiley, like Chicago, New York, LA. Like you walking down the street smiling and stuff, you a Vic. You're gonna get Vic. Somebody's gonna try to Vic you. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta have a serious face. You gotta look like you about business. You gotta give a person that if they own some type of BS, they're gonna, think twice. You know what I'm saying? Have fun. The bullpen and Mad Trucker Nation be having 10 and 12-hour lives sometimes. Yeah, I do see some of those trucker lives, but see, they sitting in the at the truck stop. So sometimes they don't have nothing to do. So those lives, those 10 to 12-hour lives for them are very entertaining because that's their entertainment. One of the best at giving information on the business. Alexis, appreciate you. Can't wait to see you in the mentorship coming up. Houston in the building. China, Axel, China, by the way of Ohio, Hattiesburg, Mississippi. People can be messy. They definitely can. Man, some people be trying to be messy, bro. I know. I'm gonna go look at that live and see who it was. I got an idea who probably was because there's only one dude who will always be saying goofball stuff, and he a goofball and he know who he is. And they ain't a content creator, it's a subscriber. Goofy. You see what I'm saying? So straight up goofball that would take something so positive something so positive of trying to help somebody out and give back, and try to make it negative to put two men that people come to for information and try to pit them against each other. It's goofball, 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 goofball. All right. So tonight, what I want to talk about is social media, and this is a prime example of how not to get caught up. Social media and box trucking, or like I said, any business. So basically, what I want to do is I want to start from the beginning. And you're welcome to chime in. I'm going to drop that link. You guys can chime in at any point. Since y'all complaining about my 3-hour lives, I'm gonna cut it down, son. It's too late to get in that mentorship. Yeah, if I open it back up again for the spring, if I do another free one, I'll let you guys know sometime in March or April. And if I do it, it's not going to be 15 people next time. It's probably going to be 10. So, and I won't announce it. It's going to be spur of the moment, like I did this time, because this goes back social media. I'm not here for social media clout and fame. If I was here for social media clout and fame, I would have made a big spectacle of it. I would have promoted it. Hey guys, be here January 1st. I'm going to give away $1,000 worth of free mentorships. Make sure you're here at 8:00. Make sure you're here. I would have made a big spectacle. All right, and this is what you got to do. You got to like this video. You got to subscribe to this video. You got to share this video with 5 friends. You got to be here at 8:00. I need to see you guys here. If it's not 1,000 people in my live, I'm not giving it away. So make sure you tell a friend and you like the video. I could have promoted it and make a big spectacle of it. Could have ran my subscribers up all full 9 yards. I didn't do it. I just did it. Whoever was there was there. So if I do it again, that's the same way I'm going to do it. I'm not going to promote it. I'm not going to do none of that. You dig what I'm saying? Because I'm not here for that. I'm here to help. All right. So if you're there, it's just one of those situations. If you were there, you were there. You know what I'm saying? And it'll be the same way the next time. So the way I want to kick this off, I'm going to start with a prelude. I want to talk about how I got into the business. All right. The way I got into the business was a back against the wall situation. All right. Back against the wall situation in 2010. All right. Back against the wall. My success, all right, in this industry came off of hard work. All right. And I think the issue with that social media plays with business, especially businesses nowadays, I think people want that shortcut to success. All right. So 2010, I started, and I've told this story before. I started hustling off Craigslist, taking little jobs off Craigslist with my pickup truck, not even a full-size pickup truck, Chevy Avalanche, and it spawned into a beautiful thing that has brought me everything my heart ever desired, and I didn't expect none of it. You see what I'm saying? I didn't expect none of it. I never had a plan to be a final mile guy. All right. Didn't even know what it was. A back against the wall situation pushed me into that realm. And from that realm, I saw the potential, and I worked hard and busted my butt to get to where I am now. All right. Was there social media? Yeah, but not really. All right. Yeah, because it was the early stages of social media. It was a place for friends. That's what Facebook's claim to fame was at the time. Facebook, a place for friends. Facebook, I don't even think was open to the public yet. It was only open to like college kids and high schoolers, schools. Wasn't open to the public like it is now. Some of you guys that may be in your early 30s and 20s, you're not going to know what I'm talking about. All right. I spoke on this before. YouTube, back then, it was a place to share your video files. Some of you guys that are in your early 30s or you're in your 20s, you guys don't remember the camcorders, the camcorders and the digital cameras, and then you have to take the SD card out and put it into your computer and transfer the files, or you put the USB cord to your computer and transfer the video from your digital camera into the computer. This is what you did. You transferred your video from Little Sally's Christmas assembly where she's singing Merry, Merry, Merry Christmas, your 5-year-old, whatever, and then you upload it, right? And then there was this place called YouTube, a place to host your videos. And in this way, Granny, who lives in Arizona, you can upload it on YouTube after you put the SD card in and you plug it in and transfer it. You can upload it to YouTube, and you can say, here, Granny, click this link. This is Little Sally's Christmas assembly yesterday. And then Granny, who's in Arizona, who didn't fly out to Nebraska to see Little Sally sing Jingle Bells on her Christmas assembly, can watch it from YouTube. This is what the purpose of YouTube was back then. There was no live stream. None of this stuff existed then. It was a hosting platform. It was a hosting platform, right? So the difference between back then and now is you would get into a business back then, you had no social media to go to. There was no such thing as an influencer. All right. Everything you had to get as far as starting a business, you had to learn it trial and error, unless you were a lucky person who was getting into a business where, let's say, you knew someone that was in that business, say like an uncle, or you had a friend that knew someone that was in that business and they say, you can come along and ride along with me for a week and I'll show you the ropes. All right. But most cases back then, you know what I'm saying, you had to learn things by trial and error. All right. I was one of those people who had to learn things by trial and error. I had to get everything hard. All right. I had to work for it. There was no shortcuts. I couldn't go to YouTube and there was no Mark the Mentor. There was no Big Vic. There was no Kirk. There was no Box Truck Couple. There was no Entre Mike. There was no whoever else. Motivation and box trucking. You know what I'm saying? There was none of these guys that you could go to get information. You had to learn these things from trial and error. And I think trial and error is a better teacher than social media. All right. Social media is a gift and it's a curse. All right. Let me tell you why it's a gift. It's a gift because you got people like me, you got people like Kirk, you got people like the Box Truck Cover, you got people like Vic, you got all these content creators that have their own value in some sort of way that can give you information, and you can take that information and you can use that information as a tool. Yeah, you're going to have to do your own due diligence, but at least you have some type of head start. All right. It may be something you might not even know where to start, but you come to one of our videos. Okay, first thing you need to start is structuring your business. Okay, why didn't I think of that? I got to structure my business. You see what I'm saying? So you get some type of information. All right. Back then, this didn't exist. So unless you knew someone who was business savvy, all right, or someone who was in that actual business that you were looking to get into that can walk you through, you had to do research, real research, not internet research. I'm talking about go to the library card research, green and white library card research, microfilm research, car catalog research. I'm telling my age. Y'all see these grays? Y'all see these grays? This is wisdom. I know I look good. I know I look good. But I'm 42 years old. You see what I'm saying? I look good though, but I'm 42. All right. So this is I think this is why I say social media is a gift and a curse. It's a gift because you have content creators, you got influencers, you have, and outside of content creators and outside influencers, as the internet gets older and older and older, it's an information highway. There's more information you can research. All right. I remember when the internet first started. I was 10, 11 years old. I remember it was the talk on the news and the internet highway. And if you go back and look at some of these old news stories on YouTube about the internet, and go look at, it was a clip that went viral a few weeks ago of Bill Gates on David Letterman. And David Letterman was making fun of this. What is this information highway? They're talking about, I'm going to be able to listen to a baseball game. Like back then, it was a big deal just to listen to a baseball game on the internet. And Bill Gates was trying to explain to him about everything we're living in now. Imagine trying to explain that to someone back in 1991. People laughed upon it, frowned upon it. I remember when I was in high school, 94, 95, I remember there was a search engine. Google wasn't a thing yet. We were on AOL, Lycos. Some of you weren't probably even born in 94, 95. All right. So I remember what searching for information on the internet was like in 94, 95 versus now. As time goes on, there's a lot more information. It's an information highway. All right. It's an information highway. All right. So the gift of getting into any business now is you have the use of the internet. You have the use of the internet and you have years. All right. You have years of information compiled. And as time goes on, it's going to be more and more and more information. Now, the curse is the new generation, all right, and older people too now that are looking to start businesses. They go to the internet, they go to influencers, and they want to take a shortcut. And that's not always the best way. That's not always the best way. All right. That's not always the best way because dial-up was rough. Dial-up was rough, but if that's the only thing you knew back then, dial-up back then was cool to hear that little AOL ding, 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 and all the little noises that would go and then it'll dial up and then it says welcome. And then you'll be online and you thought that was the coolest thing in the world. I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. Being online to tell somebody, bro, my mother was a teacher, all right, Chicago public school teacher. So even though computers were very expensive back then, she still had to do what she had to do. I remember she took a whole tax check one year. We got a Macintosh Performer, a Macintosh. This is before when they were called Mac, before they dropped, when you just shortened it and became Mac and iMac. It was a Macintosh Performer. And I thought, man, to have a computer, you was cool. Because I can do all my papers at the crib. I didn't have to stay after school and go to the library, go to the Chicago Public Library. I could come home and type my paper. I was cool. And we had the internet. It was $19.99 a month. And you put the disc in there, you plug it into the wall and you dial up. That was cool. So that little noise and stuff, I hear what you're saying. It sounds crazy now, but back then, you know what I'm saying? It was a cool thing. The older you get, you kind of think back and kind of appreciate certain things. But getting back to what I'm talking about, I think now people run to the internet for everything instead of going about things the old school fashion way. And I think if people go through things, some of the things the old school fashion way, and the old school fashion way does not necessarily always mean just cold hard trial and error, right? But actually doing research, deep research on the internet, right? Because no one really goes to the library anymore, and just not taking people's word as law. All right. If Mark tells you something, you can listen to Mark, but still go behind Mark and do your own research. I'm just a vessel to kind of point you in the right direction, to kind of give you a shortcut. So instead of you researching where should I start or what should I do next, Mark said the first thing you should do to start your business is figure out how you're going to structure your business. Okay, so now I don't have to research what's the first step. Mark just told me the first step. So now let me research how to structure my business. This is what you're supposed to use influencers and social media content creators for, not to let me see what this person says and let me do everything they say. Because this is where the issue comes in. Some of these people never did this before. You have plants and you have people who jump from one industry to the next. They run up a bag, right? They run up a bag off people, right? Because they surround themselves with things that are appealing to the eye, right? They take pages out of Tai Lopez's book. You guys remember about 8 years ago when Tai Lopez was just everywhere? You go on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, he was spending millions of dollars on ads. All right. He used a lot of the fancy stuff, but here's how he got people. He always made sure it was a big bookcase behind him with tons of books. Do you think he really read all those books? I don't think he really read all those books, but that was part of the marketing ploy. I read books. I have mentors. I had good mentors. I had 4 mentors. See how he says mentors. I had 4 mentors. He's conditioning your brain, all right, with the mentor. Notice he kept saying mentor, because ultimately he wanted to condition your brain into paying him to be your mentor. He conditions your brain. He used the books to kind of hypnotize you. You got to read books. You got to read books and you got to have a mentor. And then he walked into the garage and you seen the cars there. You seen the Lamborghini. You seen the Ferrari. You seen the Ghost. You saw the Dawn. Same thing with Grant Cardone, Tony Robbins, right? So you got those guys who just jump from one thing to another. All right. Same thing with box trucking. You got people who came in during the I'm gonna call it the PP pandemic. All right. the PP pandemic, right? And they took advantage. They were opportunists. They took advantage of people. They knew they did the research. You can't knock. Some of these people ran up a bag, and if you fell victim to it, you can only fault yourself for not doing your own due diligence. They did their research. They knew that the money was given out. They knew the demographic who was getting the money, and they knew the demographic who they could prey on. So if they were successful on getting over on you, then they did their job. Can't be mad at them. You got to be mad at yourself, all right? Because what they're doing is not illegal. A lot of those guys are what's considered content creators, professional content creators. This is what they do, create content. Not all the information that they're giving, I don't want to say is non-factual, but it may not be pertinent to what it takes to become a successful business owner in this space. So by me talking about how I started versus now, you got an old school way of doing things versus a new school way. I think the old school taking a page out of the old school way and just doing a lot of things hand on and a lot of hard work, I think you'll see more success than trying to take this shortcut way and just taking people's words for it and not doing research on the person and going behind what the person is telling you and doing your own due diligence. All right. And these people are the people who are preying on people. They're what's considered, and I'm not speaking about this the professional content creators. Now we're going to dive into the opportunist. All right. Touched on this briefly before. All right. Now you got some people out there that are opportunists. They are opportunists. All right. They're opportunists. They're preying on the weak. All right. So lately, I know I've been putting out content, getting people to be aware. I know Kirk has been putting out content, getting people to be aware. I didn't catch Vic's live. Someone mentioned it earlier about somebody saying something in the comment. I didn't catch the live. I did watch the video he released yesterday. So even, Vic put out the video, and something I talked about recently too, about the box truck is dead. I talked about that. Was it last week on one of them lives, maybe like last week or the week before last, like how the sentiment is changing. Y'all got to look at things like this. If people are jumping from one thing to another, the industry is great. You want to talk about how good you're doing, how much money you're making, this, then the third. But as soon as the industry goes back to normal, because it's not dead, it's just normal. This is normal. I've been saying this is normal. Now it's dead, it's trash. You follow the wave. Call them wave runners. These are the people you want to stay away from. So the video Vic did yesterday was just, talking about what I had been talking about last week. It's not dead. How is it dead? I see tree trucks every day. When something is dead, that means it's not alive anymore. When you die, you go in the ground and you get cremated. You don't see that person anymore. If I die, you're not going to see me talking to you guys anymore. I'm dead. So if the industry was dead, I wouldn't see any trucks. It's not dead. Not dead. So these are the people I'm talking about, opportunists. What value are you getting out of a person putting up a video saying it's dead? There's no value in that. That's just your opinion. It may not be great to some and it may be okay to others, but it's not dead. That's what you consider an opportunist. You're providing no value. You're just putting something up because that's the topic and because that's what everyone's searching right now. And you're basically trying to scare people off instead of providing solutions or saying, you know what, things are kind of back to normal, or things are lower than what they were last year. But let me put out some content as far as solution-based content to help people kind of navigate through these trying times, so to speak, in trucking. I think that would be more valuable. All right. So that goes to what I'm saying as far as opportunists, perception. Perception. People use um listen, when I get up here and I do my lives, it's some days where I might go to a day party. I might be coming from a day party on Sunday, right? And I might have that shit on. I'll purposely take it off and put on a t-shirt or strip down to my white tee because I don't want you to feed in to the drip. I want you to feed into what I'm talking about. So if I put a plain shirt on, all right, you're not focused on a Como de Garçon heart, right? Or Dior or Gucci or whatever it is, a Burberry pattern. You're not, damn, Mark look good in that Burberry print. You know what I'm saying? Man, that's a nice shirt. You know what I'm saying? You're not really focused on that. You're focused actually on what's coming out my mouth. If you look at like TV shows and things of that nature, a lot of the actors on certain TV shows, they have plain Jane clothes, solid clothes, things like that. You got some TV shows that or where they have like on um fashion labels like name brands and something. But the reason why they do that is because they want you to follow the plot. They don't want you to get caught up on the attire. All right. Same thing here. I don't want you to get caught up on nothing but what I got coming out my mouth. I don't want you to get caught up on nothing but what I got coming out my mouth. I'm not finna shoot content in no cars. I'm not finna shoot content at the club of me standing on couches and none of that. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to speak to you in a plain shirt. You might catch me every now and again. I might have something on, but most part it's going to be in a t-shirt, you know what I'm saying? A solid color t-shirt, because I want you to really focus on what is coming out my mouth. All right. I don't want to put out a perception of, you know what, if you get into this space, you can afford things like this, or you can drive like that, or you can take these types of trips, or you can do this, or you can do that, because reality is not everybody is going to be that successful. Not everyone is going to be successful. Not everyone is going to be successful. And I think a lot of people put out a perception of, hey, you know, I see some people, some of these opportunists, you know, they make it their business to put out that perception of, if you buy into whatever it is they're selling, you're going to get to drive like me. You're going to get to dress like me. You're going to get to come. Why am I watching box truck person who's supposed to be a box truck content creator? Why do I want to see you in the club? What value am I getting out of seeing you in a club popping bottles? Me personally, if I was looking for information, right, to, you know, better myself in this space that I'm trying to get into, right? Because I'm investing my money. I don't want to lose my money. I want my learning curve to be as minimal and as minimal as possible. I'm going to this person to learn about this industry. I don't want to see, me personally, I'm not going to this person to see them stand on couches and pop bottles. You know, so perception. I think people do that so that you can buy into that perception. And then they sell you something, and then this is when you get mad that you didn't get any value out of what you bought. But you got to look, all the signs were there. All the signs were there. All the signs were there. Likely that most would just be average or even below average. Professional BS creators. All right. So you bought into that because you got caught up by the glitz and the glamour. You got to learn how to create, you know, and it's, oh, listen, social media is cool. You know, it's cool. It's entertaining. All right. But you have to know how to create a barrier. A barrier. You got to put a barrier between what's real and what's cap. What's real and what's cap. What's real and what's cap. You know what's funny to me right now? when I look at the space, um, I've been a person who've always prided myself on truth telling. All right. Since my inception on YouTube, I told the truth. I've always provided myself on telling the truth. I made some forecasts, some bold forecasts. I've had some debates. You know what I'm saying? My little first year on YouTube was kind of a memorable one. The channel grew. You know, I didn't. We hit what 8,000 subscribers today. All right, I started with April 22nd. You know, the year was very successful. I think my success um is solely based on me being truthful. At first, when I was being truthful, it got a lot of backlash. You know what I'm saying? But as things started to unfold that I had been talking about and talking about and talking about and talking about, that's when people really that might have been watching from afar kind of took, hold of me like, let me hear what he's talking about because I did see that and it's this is it actually is kind of happening and you know what I'm saying? But at first, a lot of the stuff that I was saying was perceived and it was taken as I was bitter. I was hate because people were making money back in April still at that time. It was starting to it was the early stages, but to a person who was getting in, and then that was a bad thing too. People just got in and started making money. They didn't have to deal with no ups and downs. They got in and saw instant gratification. They saw instant success, and that was a curse. They didn't have to go through the trials and the tribulations and the trial and error that most people go through when they're starting a business from grassroots, humble beginnings. A lot of these content creators that were pumping out content about the trucking space during that period, some of them were privy to knowing that this wasn't going to last, and some of them weren't. The ones that weren't were just ignorant, right? Ignorant in a bad way, ignorant for the true definition, just not knowing. All right. But the ones that were are what we call opportunists. They didn't care because they knew they were going to move on. The first sign of the shift change, they were off to talking about guns and pulling rabbits out of magic tricks or whatever else is popular on YouTube. Whatever else is trending, that's what they're talking about now. They didn't care that you went out and bought a truck that was 30 grand, but you paid 80 grand for it. They didn't care that you were spending $2,000 a week at Ryder for a box truck rental. Only thing they cared about was 500,000 views so they can get a big check, and you spending your money. I don't want to say PPP or idle. I don't know. Some people actually spent money that they worked for. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody that invested into this space during the pandemic got free money. Some people got caught up in the hype as well that were already on jobs or, were investing, pulling money out their 401k to invest in their families' dreams, their children's dreams. And those are the people I feel real bad for. I can't feel bad for somebody that got some free money and they lost it because they didn't do what they were supposed to do. I feel more bad for a person who fell victim to some social media hype, who actually worked for their money and unfortunately didn't do their due diligence, and they reached into their 401k or they reached into their savings and they invested into money and it didn't pan out the way that it should have. Realistic views. All right. Realistic views versus cap. All right. Realistic views versus cap. And then throw a little common sense in the mix. All right. That's what I want to talk about now. I put that link up. Realistic views versus cap with a sprinkle of common sense. With a sprinkle of common sense. Some of this stuff I see, and sometimes I this is where I struggle at. All right. Being in the industry, the amount of years that I've been in it, I struggle because I have to constantly I try to put myself in the mind of a person researching, looking into getting into this space now. And that's hard for me to do because I've been in this space for a long time. All right. Because some of the stuff that I see, I'll be like, yo, how did you fall for this? How? How, Sway? How? It'd be some of the stuff, it just be mind-boggling to me. You know what I'm saying? Be mind-boggling to me, And that's why I said sprinkle some common sense on top of it. You know what I'm saying? Realistic views. All right. People will put out information on the internet, whether it's uh, Instagram, Facebook, social media, and they'll put up these big, humongous numbers. And then, and to a person who is a novice, you're not knowing that these numbers are exaggerated. You know what I'm saying? These numbers are exaggerated. Um, and in most cases, they're just not realistic. I always have to say when I talk to people, like, that's not realistic. When I talk to people like, hey, Mark, you think I can make $5,000 a week with my box trucking? I say, yeah, you can make that gross if you really work hard and gross. Yeah, you can do that. Well, yeah, so I'm talking about gross. Then I have to explain gross and net. A lot of people don't know what the difference between gross and net is. So when I say, yeah, you can gross that, I purposely say gross to see what they're gonna say. All right, so basically, so bad. So I make 5,000. So that means I'm really making about 10 then, right? No, you're making 5. Yeah, but if I'm taking home 5, how much I'm making? 5 gross. Well, what you mean, Mark? Well, it's what you're grossing. Net and gross. Net and gross. Then I gotta explain gross and net. So basically, a person put up a video, they'll put up some content, they'll put up this exaggerated number. And they'll come to me and they say, man, is this so and so say I can make this much money? And then I say, that's not realistic. It's not realistic. Then I have to break it down. We crunch the numbers. Most of the time, people don't know what it costs them to run their truck. You know what I'm saying? They don't have the formula down. And they just don't have a realistic view of what this industry is because they're feeding into the cap. They're feeding into the cap. And then I have to give them a realistic view of what this industry entails. And if you go back and watch my earlier content from October, September, and this is why I don't put out videos often like that no more, because I got a lot of videos. I talked about how in plenty of videos and plenty of my earlier lives, this is a small margin industry. Small margin. I'm not going to keep putting out videos, and I put out a bunch of videos. People got to go watch the old videos. This is a small margin industry. Small margin. You can Google this information. All right. You can Google this information. This is a small margin industry. So I think a lot of people's they fall victim to unrealistic unrealistic numbers that a lot of these content creators put out there. And that's why I say you got to put a barrier on what's real and what's cap. A lot of this stuff is common sense. It's common sense. You got the guy, everybody likes to use this guy as an example. I got to find another guy to use, all right, for an example. But this guy he's like the best guy to use for an example when you want to explain like realistic views, common sense, and cap with the whole box truck rental and making $1 million, right? I don't care. You can use Amazon, you can use OTR, whatever. All right. Anybody knows that has any common sense. Listen, if you go to enterprise and people go to these places, they see the videos, they see my videos, they see other content. One thing that I can agree that all the content creators in the box truck space that I deem valuable, I deem valid. And some of the people I don't get along with, you know what I'm saying? But that doesn't necessarily mean they don't have valuable information. All right. One thing I can say that all the ones that I deem provide value is that we all tell you that renting a box truck right now is not the play. These rental truck companies have changed their format. It's a different ball game now. There's no way you're gonna make money. No way. Listen, if they're going this way and you're running the middle mile and spot market is below cost and it's going down this way, but you'll watch my video, you'll watch this person's video, you'll watch that person's video, and all of us are saying the same thing. But I guarantee you, at least one time a day, I got a person saying, "Hey, Mark, what you think about this? Enterprise told me this, and this." So you already know how I feel. That's why you're asking me. You want me to validate it for you. And then this is why so many people get into trouble, because you listen, you take validation from content creators. And not all the content creators are going to be like, Mark going to tell you you're not going to make no money. But if you feel like you can make money, go ahead and do it. I'm not going to give you a solid answer. I'm going to give you can and you can't. It's up to you at the end of the day. I'm telling you, I wouldn't do it because I don't think you're going to make money. The only way you're going to make money spending that much money on a rental truck, and I say it all the time, is if you have a moving company. You're in a 26-foot box truck, you pay $1,500 a week for the box truck, you got a moving company, you can cover the cost of your truck on a 3-bedroom move. 3-bedroom move, depending on what market you're in, you can make $2,500, $3,000, maybe more. And if you got 2 or 3 other 3-bedroom moves for the rest of the week for that 26-foot box truck, you're making money. You can cover $1,000, $1,500 on a move, a 3-bedroom move for a 26-foot box truck. You send 4 or 5 guys, you're charging $250, $300 an hour, you're charging a $250, $300 truck fee, and you're charging 20% markup on all the material. You charge them for $10 for everything they wrap, plus you charge them for the cost of the roll of the shrink wrap, $50. I don't even talk about the moving side of the business. That's where I would pay that type of money. But I'm not going to pay $1,500 if I'm running spot market, and spot market is below cost. Or Amazon Relay. You look at your Amazon Relay. I don't even do Amazon Relay. I can look at the comments when other people do lives, and when people come on here and tell me the rates. If you're talking $250, $300, how does that equate to $1,500, $2,000, $2,500 a week if you're running loads for $300? I can go sit a 26-foot truck and sit at one move for 10 to 12 hours a day and make $3-4 grand. It's hard work, a lot of lifting. But you talking about a customer paying $250, $300 an hour. Plus the cost of materials. Plus the truck fee. So no, I'm not going to answer that question for you. You can DM me every day. Hey, Mark, Enterprise said 29 cents. No, me personally, I wouldn't do it. But if you think you can make money, then go ahead and do your thing. See, I'm wiping my hands. You can't say, well, man, Mark, you told me, because no, I didn't. I said, man, I wouldn't do it. But if you feel like you can make money, do what you're going to do. Mark ain't going to spend that type of money on no rental. I'm not. I know it's not. It's a disaster. You're going to fail. The numbers don't make sense. I'm not going to validate that for you. Y'all got to stop coming to content creators, influencers, because not everybody is going to give you a fair assessment. Not everybody is going to be truthful with you. Some people are just going to tell you, yeah, don't listen to these guys. They're haters. Whatever you want to do. In some situations, depending on what you're coming to them for, that may be valid. But if you come to me and you say, yo, they're saying 32 cents a mile, I'm going to say, no, I'm not going to do that. $2,000 a week. No, I'm not going to do that. If you're not doing something where it makes sense, where you're going to make that type of money. When I first started back in the day, right, a 16-footer was $250 a week. That's one job. So the first job Monday morning, if it was a 1-bedroom move for 2 guys, well, let's say 3 guys at $100 an hour back then. All right, $100 an hour with a 2-hour minimum. plus a $75 truck fee. That's $275 gross. All right. The truck is covered. And that one particular truck, 9 times out of 10 on most days, had 3 jobs. Truck is paid itself off on one job. First thing Monday morning, truck paid for the rest of the week. Don't have to worry about that. It's over with. You got people at these rates working 3-4 days to cover costs. By that time you're tired, you can't even take a day off. Now you're trying to cover the rest of your costs, the fuel you done invested in, your insurance. If the numbers don't make sense to you, they're not gonna make sense to me. And you can't instill, you can't, for the people that go to influencers or content creators to validate these things, this is, like I keep saying, this is where you guys are messing up at. This is where you guys are messing up. I'm not going to validate it. I'm not going to validate that for you guys. All right. Content creators, the ones who I deem valuable. And I know a lot of people look up to content creators in different facets of whatever it is they're trying to do. If you're trying to be a trucker, in box trucking, semi trucking, cargo van, real estate, people look up to Grant Cardone, things of that nature. If you want to be a social marketing influencer, you may look up to Ty Lopez, or was Tony Robbins, or what's the black guy, Boniface Ogontu, and all these guys. You see what I'm saying? The one thing I can say is that the content creators that I deem provide value. Another thing I can say, the ones that I deem that provide value, not everybody. I can tell you one thing, they all straight, myself included. All right. And the reason why they're straight is because at some point there was some type of work put in, whether it was prior to their box truck business endeavor, or if the box truck business endeavor put them to that point. So what I think a lot of people that, look at content creators, you have to put yourself in a position where you're straight. The same work that I put in, the same work that the next person put in to get to a point where you feel like, yo, it's a reason why I subscribe to their channel. You have to put that amount of work in. I'm from a different era. All right. Social media wasn't the era that I came up in as far as researching and building my business. Was hands on. I think people have to revert back to hands on and create a barrier between what actually building a business used to look like, right? The old school way, and using social media as a tool. And then I'm going to do a Q&A. So create that barrier between, what building a business used to look like. Man, put some old school tactics in the way you build your business and create a barrier. Use social media as a tool, a vessel. Look at social media as a tool. Don't look at it as the answer. Stop looking at social media as the answer. You utilize it as a tool. I don't go to social media for research. If I go online for research, I'm going to good old Google, or I'm going to give you guys a trick. See, these new guys, these new school, this new generation, this is not something that they're going to do because it takes too much work. When back in the day, when you went to the internet for information, before there was Instagram, before YouTube became an information vessel, there was the good old forums. All right. Some people may not know if this is in your early 30s or your 20s. You probably don't even know what a forum is. All right. This was always a way. Forums were always a good tool you could use where you could find people who were in the same industry that you were in. You can get answers to a lot of questions that you have. And now the people who still are in forums now clearly are old school people, and old school people provide what? Wisdom. I'll go to a forum. Me personally, if I'm going to look for someone online to provide me some type of information, if you want to do like a fact check on something, find a forum on Boxtrot, not a Facebook group. Find a good old fashioned forum. And I guarantee you, everybody in that place is going to be at least 10 years more in the business, because those people are old school people. They don't know nothing about YouTube and Facebook groups. And this is like me trying to figure out TikTok. Why do you think I stopped promoting, sign up to my TikTok? Because I never could figure it out. And I'm a smart guy. Can't figure out how to line up the frames. I'm trying to figure out, I put a frame and then I go to add the next frame, but it's done deleted the previous frame. I thought I put the little caption up there, but the video is there. But when I go to the next frame, the caption that I put up on the previous frame is not there no more. I couldn't figure it out. So I said, you know what, forget TikTok. Follow me on Instagram. Follow me on Facebook. TikTok is not my thing. It's not my generation. And I'm pretty sure it's the easiest thing to do. Not my generation. So I still dibble and dabble in forums when it's something pertaining to, let's say, one of my trucks. So, my trucks are older. You know what I'm saying? Before I go in to take it to good old Jaime's, shout out to Jaime Truck Repair on Indianapolis Boulevard. That's who repairs my trucks. Before I take it to Jaime, it might be something I can stick my hand in and save myself $1,000. There's been plenty of times. I remember one time I got a truck towed all the way to Jaime's because it just cut off. It just didn't start. My goofy self. All right. Instead of just, you know what it was? Got it towed all the way there. The ground, it was either the ground or the positive cable was loose. He just tightened it up. So I had to pay for the tow, and then I had to pay him to diagnose it. Well, the only thing I had to do was take a ratchet set and check the ground and the positive and tighten it up. So I go to the forums. Truck doing this. The good old forum. 2005, put it in information, go to the forum, type what's going on. It's going to be somebody, hey, check this, check that. Then I go do that before I go ahead and invest this money and send a truck, because there's plenty of times it could be an easy fix. You know what I'm saying? So I dibble and dabble in the forum still. I don't go to Instagram or none. I don't even have a person. The only reason I created an Instagram was for this channel. I didn't have an Instagram before this. My TikTok jumped from 33 to 355 followers in 1 week. Yeah, well, I have 1,500 people on my TikTok, and I only put up 6 videos, and I struggled to figure out how to put them 6. I gave up. So TikTok ain't my thing. You know what I'm saying? But and I understand that. You know what I'm saying? So I think, guys, I just wanted to talk to you about social media being a gift and a curse. Using common sense. When you look at social media content creators, put in some hard work. Don't rely on me. Don't rely on any other content creators. I'm not going to say names. Utilize the ones who you deem value or present value. Utilize us as a vessel to jumpstart your research. All right. Always go behind us. Just don't take what we say as law. Because yes, there are some good ones out there, all right, but then there's some bad ones, and you have to decipher between the good and the bad. But if you always, do your due diligence, you have to worry about getting swindled. Now, I'm going to start focusing on other content. I didn't put out social media content. I put out the hype live. I put out a bunch of content based on the current state of the space, and a lot of these new guys, they don't like when I do that. I see the little things they say. I got a video coming out this week. I'm finna dispel another myth that's going on. I ain't gonna talk about it right now because y'all just see the video when y'all see it. But I'm gonna dispel this myth on something else that's coming up. And I see it's an infusion and an influx of new content creators in the space, and technically I'm still new. I'm in my rookie year. Man, my year ain't up. You know what I'm saying? I just had a successful first year. All right, I think I had a successful first year due to me telling truth, and that's something else I want to say. Not everybody want to so-called tell the truth. Now telling the truth is cool when so many people done lost their money. But so many people now that want to be truth tellers were the same people feeding these people the hype. And these are the guys that watch other content creators to see what type of videos they're putting out, and then they try to mimic and duplicate and pull information from them. They plagiarize and then try to create, because what they want to do is they want to be famous. They want to be famous. But they disguise wanting to be famous saying that they want to help. So, you got to use some common sense to kind of see, pull the wool from over your eyes, guys, pull the wool from over your eyes and kind of decipher, what's real, what's cap. All right. And that's it. Can we do comments here? Mark, just stream the both. It's there, use it. Stream the what both? What are you talking about? Can we do comedy skits? Comedy skits? What are you talking about, Axel? I wouldn't have even switched to freight biz if not for YouTube videos that I came across a little over a year ago. Despite the hype, I came in realistically. There's some content, on YouTube. I'm an OG, you know what I'm saying? I like the forums, you know what I'm saying? I like going to forums. Here's the thing. I'm in trucking, so I don't go to YouTube for trucking content. You know what I'm saying? I don't go to YouTube for trucking content. When I see recommended stuff come up on some of this stuff, I'll be like, man, this is retarded. I don't have to research trucking stuff. If I go to YouTube for something, it's how to change a gasket in a toilet. Things that I spent money on in the past for like plumber, and them to come put out this little gasket in my toilet and charge me $150. And I'm like, well, next time I'm going to do it myself. And when the next time comes around, I don't remember how to do it. So I go to YouTube to a tutorial and watch. So yeah, when I said that, I'm not saying that YouTube doesn't provide some type of value, because it does. I go to YouTube to learn how to do things. It's not in trucking. I don't see people in the plumbing industry bickering over who's the best plumber, or I don't see fake content creators or opportunists, fake opportunist plumbers. I don't see fake opportunist handyman, how to install a doorknob. You don't see these types of things in these other realms on YouTube. So I'm speaking more from a trucking's perspective. It ain't even just with box trucking. When I look at like trucking content, like semi-trucking content, I thought they had themselves together over there. They ain't got themselves together. I'm watching a whole live between Chucker Brown and the Coco chick for weeks and months. Go at it. 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 And both of them, I think he got 101,000 subscribers and she got 150,000 subscribers, and they are going at it. So I'm thinking this was just a box truck thing, but this is just a trucking thing. So when I say that, I was just speaking more on the trucking. But yeah, YouTube has some good stuff you can learn. So Penske keeps just enough trucks for demand. They transfer trucks to where they are needed and charge the customer whatever they want. They do transfer trucks if you need a truck somewhere and they got a truck somewhere else, they'll bring it to that local shop, or they'll have you drive out there to get it. TikTok invented by the Chinese to dumb US down even further. Absolutely correct. Renting or leasing trucks in the moving industry compared to the freight business is night and day. I'm pretty new to the freight business, but I come from the moving industry. Right. So, and that's how I started in the moving business. I started in the moving business, and I don't want to say a lot of people, but every now and again I get somebody say, hey Mark, talk about the moving business, talk about the moving business. I don't talk about the moving business because a lot of people that watch the content ain't built for it. You know why I know you're not built for it? Because you complain about, some of y'all, and I'm not talking to everybody, complain about final mile. Some of y'all complain about using your pallet jack to run middle mile. So what am I going to talk about moving for? Why am I going to talk about moving? Because that's on a whole nother level. Some of y'all ain't built for it. That's a different animal. You want to really make some money? Start a moving company. Start a moving company. My moving company funded my trucking company. You moving is a different animal. You want to talk about the money is different. It's different. It's way different. But I don't talk about it because I know a lot of people aren't interested, and a lot of people are not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it. You know, when you're doing final mile delivery and you got 10 stops, let's say we're gonna make it an easy day, 10 stops. You're taking something off a truck and taking it into a home and plugging it in. All right. When you're moving, you got to move the entire house out into the truck, play Tetris in the truck, drive the truck somewhere, and then unload everything and move it off the truck back into the house. You're moving the stuff twice. There's people complaining about moving a refrigerator up 2 flights of stairs for final mile, doing that 10 times a day. So you're not, why am I going to waste my time putting out moving content? You want to make $3,000-$4,000 a day? I'll tell you how to do it. I just gave you a tip earlier in the live talking about the difference between renting the truck for moving versus your box truck business. I pay $1,500. If I got a person say, hey, I got a 5-bedroom house, my mover's canceled. I just need to be out. All right, I gotta be out in 2 days. I don't care how long it takes, just have me out in 2 days. I don't care how many trips you gotta take. I'm gonna go spend $1,500. If they tell me we only got one truck and I need an extra truck, boom. And let's say I'm hustling. I don't even got a business. Let's say I'm hustling. Boom. Somebody calling me. I'm hustling. Whenever something come up, I get my cousins or my brothers or whatever the case may be. And a person tell me that it's a 4-5 bedroom house, and I give him my rate, and he say go. And I know it's gonna take 2 trips, maybe 3, depending on how much stuff they got. And they tell me $1,500. Yeah, I'm gone. I'm gonna go spend that 15 because I know I'm gonna make that times 4 or 5. Guaranteed. Because you know what? The person is paying by the hour. It's not doing an Amazon run for 300. I gotta drive whatever 150 miles or whatever, and then deadhead back. No, it's $250 an hour with a 2-hour minimum. It's a 4-bedroom house. Obviously, the 2-hour minimum is gonna go way over the 2-hour minimum, right? I'm charging you a $300 truck fee, plus I'm charging you for materials. So even before we even get there and get started, you damn near at $1,000, and we ain't even got there yet. Ain't even got there yet. You already at damn near 1,000. Ain't even touched nothing. Ain't even pulled up. Ain't even got there yet. Ain't even left the yard. Or, hey, Mark, need to move to California. You don't know what it costs to move somebody to California. Somebody take a guess. How much it costs to move from Chicago to California? I'm going to mail you out. I'm going to go 3 tries. The first 3 people, whoever gets whoever gets it right on the head, I'm going to send you a headset. How much you think I'm charging somebody to move to California from Chicago? Let's say a 3-bedroom house. Nope. James A got it. And that's on the low end. That's what I would charge right now in January. If it was June, Axel would be right. If it was June, Axel would be right. I got to go with right now. In January, James is right. Right now in January, 15 grand. 15 grand. In June, July, August, 20 grand. Different ball game. It's a different ball game. It's a different ball game. I charged a lady $7,000 to move her one way from Portland. We moved her to Portland and we moved her back. Let me tell you how cold I am. I didn't even send a crew out there or a truck out there to move. Once we moved her back, I'm so cold. What I did was I had her rent a truck, right? I had her rent a truck, right? I contracted another moving company out there because she did come to me. She's a repeat customer when we moved her throughout Chicago. And then when her job sent her to uh or when she relocated, I don't think her job sent her out there. She relocated to Portland and we moved her out there. We had already moved her a bunch of times. She's one of these people that every year her lease is up, she moves. Every year, lease up, she moves. So we moved her for years throughout Chicago. We moved her to Portland. When it was time for her to move back to Portland, she said, Mark, she hit me with Mark, I've been using you guys for years. I know long distance moving is expensive, but can you cut me a break? It didn't work out here in Portland. I said, okay, Amy. I said, that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna rent a truck because it's gonna cost me to send a crew out there to drive out there to move you back. All right. So we're gonna cut the cost of the travel out there. All right. So what we're gonna do is rent a truck out there, Penske, a one-way Penske. All right. I'm gonna hire a crew, a moving company out there to load, and then we'll fly somebody out there. I ended up having to fly out there because it was the heart of the summer. We were very busy and I didn't want to take anybody away. So I just flew out there, got out there, supervised it. They loaded the truck. I drove it back. All right. Charge us $7,000. $7,000 to pretty much just drive the truck back. And then once it got back, it sat at my yard for like a week because she couldn't move in. Her new lease didn't start till a week later. It sat at my yard for probably like a week, about 4 days. And then I had one of my crews go and unload it. Moving is just a different animal. A lot more money. But the reason why I feel bad because every now and again someone asks me about talking about it, but man, it's just like I just don't think people are going to value the content, man. I think they're going to value it. But who won? James A. Go ahead and either hit me on Facebook or hit me in my DM and let me know it was you that won. Make sure you do that because I'm actually mailing another one out. I ordered that one from Amazon today, so I can order yours tonight or in the morning and have that one sent to you as well. But make sure you hit me in either in my Facebook or my Instagram DM with all your information, your address, so I can send that to you. All right, so he won. Different ball game with moving. But if more people show interest in moving, then I'll talk about moving. If you got maybe you and see you ain't got to depend on people coming to work. Let's say you got you and your brother, your brother and your uncle. You can start a small moving company, right? And you can really check a bag. You can check if you start small, you focus on maybe 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms. Let's say studio to 2 bedrooms. You can make $1,000+ a day. This is now that you can make $1,000+ a day. You know what I'm saying? But do y'all want to do the work? You're gonna have a sore back. You're gonna have your legs gonna be sore. You got to condition your body to really doing that. You're gonna have some trying times. Not every job is gonna be uh 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 the obstacles are gonna be tough on some jobs. Sometimes you're not going to understand why a person who lives in a 1 bedroom or a studio has big bulky furniture that should be in a mansion. You're gonna have to figure out all these types of things, but it's very rewarding as far as monetary wise because one, it's a tough job. It's taxing on the body, and because of that, you charge a premium fee. The industry standard fee is a premium fee. Even the people who are unlicensed, your illegal immigrants, are they immigrants? Well, the illegal guys that you guys see when you go on your thumbtack some guys on Thumbtack, or a lot of the guys on Craigslist, even they're charging $100 an hour now. And they don't gotta pay no fees. They ain't paying no fee. They not part of the Movers Warehousing Association of America. They're not paying all these dues. And they charging $100 an hour plus a truck fee. You do 3 of them a day, you good. That's why when I'm like, yo, y'all. All right, but man, Q&A. Alfred Williams, you are greatly appreciated. Appreciate you for checking in. Mic drop. What was the mic drop at? What did I say on the mic drop part? I wasn't looking at the comments. What was the mic drop? What did I say? What I say? Hit that like button. I have a Class C. How do I into the business? You get into the business, you buy a truck. You know what? Hit me on the DM, man. Hit me on the DM. Sean Doherty, hit me on the DM. It's, hit me on the DM. Likely that most would just be average or even below average. Professional bullshit creators. I think I read all these. Now they're testing basic income. All right. You got mail. I was talking about AOL around that time. All right. Any Q&A? Anybody want to come up and holler at me real quick? If not, then I'm going to get out of here, man. I didn't want to make tonight's live long because y'all was talking crap. Y'all was talking crap about me, so I didn't want to make tonight long. So you got a short live. Guys. There you have it. You were calling these content creators out. I wasn't calling out content creators. I wasn't calling out content creators. I was calling out opportunists. Not everybody is an opportunist. So, they just because they make content don't mean they're a content creator. Some of them are opportunists. What up? Can't hear you.
What up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's the deal?
What up?
Man, what's going on? The man, the myth, the legend.
Shit, man. I'm on this goddamn road now.
Yeah. What you got going on?
Shit.
I'm saying you on the road doing what?
I got an echo and shit. Do you got an echo on your end?
Nah.
All right, I'll work through it. But yeah, so I'm fucking with this courier business, right?
Yeah.
Damn, this shit delayed to the motherfucker.
No. Look, are you watching the live while you click the link? If you were watching the live, you got to close out of the live and just focus on the link.
Bet. What about now?
Yeah, I never heard of echo. You was hearing it because you don't hear it no more, do you?
Nope.
All right, so you good now.
So all right, man. So look, I'm fucking with this courier service right now. I've been running with them for like the past maybe 2 weeks or so. But the thing is, what I don't like is like you don't never know how much you're getting paid for a fucking run. They dealing with a lot of like blood and stuff like that. So you're going back and forth to Red Crosses and different hospitals or whatnot. And at nighttime, sometimes you'll get somebody, a resident, that wants something delivered. But for the most part, it's like blood work and stuff like that. So the thing is this, you don't never know how much you're going to get paid for a fucking run. Which they didn't make that clear when I first got damn started. So it's like, I just got my first little check. And I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like probably, I think like 10 days on there. But man, that shit only like goddamn like $1,200 or something.
10 days for $1,200?
Yeah. Now, on an average of like probably 5, maybe 6 stops a day. Something like that. So I've talked with the dispatcher here that work here, been 15 years. Right. She said, hey, if you know what I'm saying, if you mess with this company and they see that you loyal, they will actually finance a vehicle for you. Okay. Like, and or rent. But they like, well, you got to prove yourself first. They got to see that you really, really, you know what I'm saying? You really want to mess with them. And then they'll do it for you. So she told me, just blow down after you get your little first check, or possibly the second one. That way you have a full 2-week check. He like, cause dude pretty much gonna know, you know what I mean, what it is when you bring it up. And she said they do have a high turnover rate, and that is a reason. You know, once you get in there, you know what I'm saying? She like, just stick it out. Once you get in there, things get damn better. But this is my thing. Right now, I'm in a position to where I kind of need a truck right now, but I kind of don't want to finance with them because I don't want them to feel like they got me by my nuts. You know what I'm saying? Like if I don't want to take a damn route or something like that, you know what I'm saying? They want to try to blow down and say, yo, why you ain't taking it? I don't want them to feel like they got me by my nuts. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So, because right now, I'm pretty sure I can get a truck, but I'll probably need a cosigner, which I'm not necessarily trying to do, only because my credit history is probably only like a year and a half, something like that. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of want to just shoot my shot one more time at a dealership or something and see what they say. But with this company, they'll give you up to like 3 years to pay it off. And obviously it's going to be cheaper if I do decide to let them look out for me. It's going to be cheaper on both sides, even if I do want to rent with them.
This is the company you were telling me about, and when you hit me in the DM.
Yep.
So you've been dealing with them instead of doing your own thing.
Well, I picked up my first little freight load a couple days ago. I picked that up through a dispatcher. I think that paid like, I want to say like 200 or something like that, probably for like 40-50 miles. So it wasn't too bad. But
so I mean, me personally, I wouldn't, a lot of people in the comments saying the same thing. Me, I think that's a ploy to kind of, it's something that kind of incentivized to kind of get you to say. It's almost like a lease to own type of thing. And anything that's lease to own is never good. It never works out. The way it sounds, it never works out that way. So, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, because ain't nobody gonna give you nothing. Why? What do they? What are they getting out of buying you a truck?
My nuts, basically. What I'm getting out is
for 3 years, but then what? They bought you a truck, right? And you can bounce, right?
That's the thing. I'm not sure how they gonna want to play that shit. Like,
exactly.
Like, look.
Exactly. So if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Listen. If I give somebody a truck, I'm just giving it to them. There's no way I'm not gonna try to incentivize. How do I want to say this? Like, everybody's having an issue with keeping people. Drivers, movers, final mile guys, middle mile drivers, semi-truck companies. That's why semi-truck companies are giving $10,000 sign-on bonuses. You see what I'm saying? So I just don't see someone buying a person an asset and just handing it over and giving it to them.
And then old girl was like, yeah, and they just deducted out your paycheck, you know what I'm saying, bi-weekly.
Nah, man, nah, bro. No, this shit don't sound right, bro. To run they load? Nah, bro. I don't know. That shit don't sound right, man. I don't know, man. You can do what you want to do, but me personally, I probably stay away from that, bro.
That's why I'm kind of tossing it up. Like,
ain't nobody really in that type of situation. I'm saying people will give you stuff, but when people give you stuff, it's like I say, you know what? I'm giving away a box truck today. Do this, do that, do that. I give you the box truck. Like I just don't see nobody. Nah, bro. Do what you want, bro. But I just don't see it. Even trying to put it in the words and trying to think of the words to put it in on why someone would want to do it, I just don't. Nah, bro. I don't know. I can't even put it into words, bro. But it's up to you.
I was about to say, at first it was like, okay, that's what's up. Then I started thinking like, well, shit, if I do this, then shit, what's gonna come after that? What's gonna come with it?
Yeah, ain't nobody gonna give you nothing. If they're gonna give it to you, they just gonna say, here's your truck. You see what I'm saying? Here go a truck. And hopefully you stay with us. You know, I don't know, bro. I don't know what to tell you on that. But if you want to get a truck and you saying you're gonna have to get a co-signer, my advice to you is be to work on your personal credit and go get it on your own, bro. God bless the child that's got his own. Most people that end up getting some type of partnership, partners, co-sign, this never works out, bro. Especially in business, man. You know, God bless the child that's got his own. You kind of want to do things on your own. You know what I'm saying? So even if it takes a little time for you to get your things in order, the industry ain't really going nowhere, man. I would really just recommend you getting yourself in order, bro. You can, I know you just started with the cargo van, ain't even been a full month.
Right.
You see what I'm saying, man? Give yourself time. It's like what I was talking about earlier, maybe it wasn't earlier today, maybe it was last week or so. Like you got like ain't no express lane to success. Like it takes time, bro. And you know, everybody's time period of how they get to the top, everybody's journey is going to be different. You know what I'm saying? So you just starting, bro. You got to give it some time. Learn the cargo van industry and then work your way up. Stack that bread, build your credit, bro. I know you saying that you really not making that type of money there, but use that company as a stepping stool. Utilize them until something else better come along, bro. Yeah, man, just don't. You gotta exercise some patience, bro. And I know it's easier for like, man, it's me in the situation. I get what you know what I'm saying, but I've been there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You got to exercise some patience and stop thinking about it. Live, enjoy learning the industry. Man, I remember when you was hitting me in the DM saying you even have a van yet. And how watching my content made you come to the realization that you had unrealistic views.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
I remember when you DM me and said, yo, I think I'm a little bit in over my head after watching your content. I think you may be right. And then you came back a month later and said, yeah, I'm for sure now. I need to reassess and look at this realistic because I really don't have what it's going to require for me to even get a 26 footer.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And now, and guy, I want y'all to look. This is prime example of me helping. Here's a person that never paid me for. He's a member, but every time he hits me in the DM, I respond.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? I respond, and I've coached him just for nothing. You know what I'm saying? But you're here, and you listen to what I'm saying. You making money now. If you went the box truck route, would you be in a box truck right now?
Shit, I'd have probably been in that bitch about a week and then it'd been over with.
Okay, if you would have been in it. So what I'm saying is,
if I would have been in it,
if you would have been in it. So here's an opportunity for you to get in. A lot less cost. You making money. All right. So you only been doing it a month. All right. You only been doing it in a month. Just be patient. Figure it out. Apply with some other companies. Dibble and dabble. What time do you start that route?
I'm doing a night shift, and they get some kind of like shift premium. So I'm basically doing from like between 6 p.m. to hell. It's been nights I done did. I don't do that full 12. Like the dispatcher be doing the full 12 hours. I did that shit like once. Other than that, it's been like 4, sometimes 3 a.m. You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
So you ain't working 4 hours?
No, hell no. I mean from 6 p.m. to like 6 a.m. You know what I mean? I did that shit like once. Most of the time it's between like 8 and 10 hours. I give them. Cause shit start getting slower. Like it's not consistent routes. Like right now.
Let me ask you this. So what are you doing during the day?
During the day, now boom. That's how I got that my first real freight. I picked that up one morning, slept for a few hours, and grabbed that. You know, and the guy ended up saying, oh well, after you drop this off, we got one going from here to Michigan. Now that shit ain't make sense at all. He wanted to give me like goddamn, bro. It was something crazy low. I'm like, what? No. Like if it was on some like one way shit, then okay. But I'm like, nah, bro. Nah, that shit dead.
What I'm saying is, you're not doing no gig stuff during the day.
Man, the gigs ain't really messing with the kid, man. A lot of them, you know what I'm saying? Because I got that OVI on my background. So, matter of fact, Roy put me on pause for whatever reason. Don't know about that. I got to look into that. They put me on pause. Talking about some consumer report or some shit. I'm like, what's that about? But then the other gigs, the other 3 or 4, they like, oh, well, no, you got that OVI. We ain't messing with you.
All right. So now that right there, I can't coach you. That right there is uncoachable. All right. So that's uncoachable. I gotta keep it funky, man. You're gonna have to let that you're gonna have to go with that expunge you did. We're gonna have to expunge that. You dig what I'm saying? You're gonna have to get that expunged. I don't know what your state, limitations is as far as like after so many years or whatnot. That's some research you have to do. I can't coach that. You know what I'm saying? But that is something that's gonna definitely hinder you. And if that's a hindrance to you, then you know what you got to do.
And for real, that's part of the reason I kind of jumped on this company, you know what I'm saying, so quick. I'm like, okay, I done showed him my my driving record and all that. And he like, okay, well, what happened with this? I'm like, whoa. And he like, okay, all right. But I think it's because they were so thirsty to get people in here. Why gave me a chance. I think that's what it was.
But a lot of people are thirsty to get people in the field seats because people are seat hopping. It's a lot of seat hopping going on right now. A lot of people, retention is a major issue for everybody. I think, listen, if you're having that issue with the cargo van, you're gonna have the same issue. It's gonna be harder with the box truck because the insurance companies, the liability, you're in a bigger vehicle. You see what I'm saying? Moving heavier freight. So and then if you go up, and I'm speaking not from experience because I know people, if you even go up to the semi trucking, same thing, goes up another level. You know what I'm saying? So that, what you call it out there, we call it DUI here. DUI,
basically the same thing.
DUI,
they try to make that shit seem not as bad, I guess. Yeah.
But yeah, so I think with the CDL, like those points, you gotta wait so many years.
And I'm at like 3, and I noticed with a lot of these companies, man, you know a lot more than me, but from what I've been seeing on these carrier packages and shit like that, they don't say like, okay, no OVI within the past 5 years.
You in Ohio, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know. You gotta check your state. I know Axel is in here. He's in Ohio, so maybe he has some type of insight on Ohio as far as DUI is concerned. But that's something you probably gonna have to fight in the court system, man. You're gonna be limited with certain companies. Like if you come into the box truck thing, like I already know XPO ain't gonna want to deal with you. A lot of companies now ain't gonna want to.
Yep, I apply with them. They chalk me.
Yeah. So like it's gonna be a little bit harder in that, in that aspect. So yeah, I think what you need to do probably is you need to probably pay a lawyer and do a consultation with a lawyer and see what your options are going forward as far as possibly having this removed.
Yeah, I was about to say, and with that, man, they pretty much chalked me because I had an open container in the car. Like it was a water bottle with some liquor in it. Dude put me over. I passed all the goddamn field sobrieties, and up until he like, okay, well, we gonna make you blow at the station. So, long story short, he gave me like 3 or 4 chances to blow, and I kind of was just like faking it like this, like acting like I'm blowing, but wasn't really blowing. I'm like, man, I ain't about to blow. I ain't about to give y'all no more goddamn evidence. Now, truth be told, I was goddamn drinking an hour prior, goddamn it. So I knew, your shit was gonna be over because I think the minimum is like a beer you can have or some shit like that. Now, I drank a little more than that, so I wasn't about to blow on that to give y'all no more evidence. So they put me down as a refusal. Other than that, man, I passed all them. Okay, do this, do that. I passed all that shit. Then he had nerve tell me, oh, your pupils look a little dilated. Throw your hands behind your back. I'm like, man, what?
Yeah,
that was one of the situations to where You know, you got them parts of your town where if it's after a certain time, your ass shouldn't be goddamn driving. It's one of them neighborhoods.
Yeah. So Axel, he's from out there. He's saying you just gotta wait for the time to pass. So that's what I was thinking too, but I didn't know what your state, laws were. But he's saying I don't know what the time is. Is it 3 years? Is it 7 years? Is it 5 years? I don't know what it is in Ohio. Ohio zero tolerance means not even a drop. So you're in a zero tolerance state, which I guess that means not a drop, like he said. So that 0.08, I guess that doesn't apply in Ohio. So I don't know. I guess you guys can't like have a beer at a bar or go to dinner and have a glass of wine and drive yourself home. I don't know. I don't know what part of Ohio you live in, and
Cleveland.
oh, it's pretty bad in Cleveland. Your police ain't got nothing else better to do. I mean, I know Cleveland pretty bad,
but this was a suburb of Cleveland where I got busted at the suburb of Cleveland.
Well, there you go. See, they don't have nothing to do. That's just like you coming to Chicago and making a U-turn, and then you going out to a rich suburb and making a U-turn. You know what I'm saying? You make a U-turn in Chicago, right in front of the police don't care. Why? Because the log is backed up. They got calls stacked on top of calls from the previous shift.
Right.
They ain't finna pull you over for no U-turn. It's
real criminals,
murders, and all type of stuff going on. But if you go into a suburb and you make a U-turn, they ain't got nothing to do. This is where they get their revenue from. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, you got to know where to, do what you do and know where not to do it at. You know what I'm saying? But you gonna have to wait for that time to pass. You have to wait for that time to pass. So you're gonna be limited to who's gonna thank you. Did you hit up Amazon Flex?
Amazon, that's another one. They like, nope, no sir, we ain't fucking with you.
Yeah.
They trying to blackball the kid, man.
Well, man, I'm sorry to tell you, man. You're just gonna have to accept the opportunities that are presented to you and be grateful and thankful.
See, that's what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm in right now. I'm like, all right, let me roll with the punches one time.
Hit up GoShare. Don't stop. Hit up Freight. Amazon refused you. Rody refused you. Hit up everybody and see who's going to let you in and who's not going to let you in. And also hit up some other companies to see if you can sneak in there a few more hours of the day too, since you're doing that overnight. I mean, that's the best I could tell you, man. It's hard to kind of coach you when you got that on your record, bro. So
I got a little list of like some direct shippers too, man. I got to reach out to about 20 of them, man. And within like 2 hours from me, so I'll reach out to them.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you recommend on my speech? Because I don't want to sound too basic. And I know at the same time they don't want you to give a long goddamn journal when you
what
call
you mean on your speech. When you call who?
When I call the carrier, I mean the direct shipper.
As far as like, what? As far as your background, as far as your DUI, you talking about?
No, not even that. I'm like going past that, like saying like, hey, I'm interested in, running with you guys, blah 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 blah. Like, do you keep that like short and sweet, or
why don't you do this? Axel is from Ohio and he specializes in expediting in vans. Why don't you connect with him, since he's in your market and I deem him knowledgeable from what I've seen so far and what he said. He's real knowledgeable. I think you should probably connect with him because he's probably going to be able to provide you with more insight on your market, and he's in that realm. It's a little bit different. Expedite is a little bit different beast now. It's a lot. It's a different beast than what you're doing, but I think because of your situation, you have to fight harder, and that may come with a little bit more hard work, until you able to get out of that situation. So I think you should talk with him.
Respect.
He's in here now. I don't know if he's willing to talk to you, but I think that's probably your better bet.
Okay.
I think that's probably a better bet because he may have resources that may work with you based on your background and he's in your market. So there may be local companies that you can work with that he may have some insight.
OHIO, actually represent for me one time. I need you, man.
He
I
may let
need
you
you.
work. He may let you work for him because I know he got a
I
few
need
vans.
you.
He got a few vans. So, but
Yeah, that's definitely politic, actually. I
yeah,
appreciate the game as always, King Mark, man. I appreciate the game, man.
yeah, man. I'm glad to see that you know took heed to the information and you making money, man. I remember when we was talking, you was not even in the space yet. You was trying to figure
Yep.
things out. But now
Yep.
you making money, man. So that's all that
Yeah.
matters is you know, gotta crawl before you walk, man. Ain't no
Hey,
shortcut to success, bro.
I'm still staying positive, so you
That's
know,
all you can stay.
keeping my head up.
Don't let your prior mistakes earlier in life hinder you from your future success. You
Respect.
know, don't let that discourage you. All right.
Respect. Respect.
And
I appreciate it, big homie.
I believe there's a program in Ohio on that help out workers on violations, etc. Right. And then look into all the programs like Joe is talking about in your area. You know what I'm saying? See if you can find some programs that will be willing to help you out. 3 years though, I thought 3 years was the time frame that it'll fall off.
Shit, truth be told, I did too. But apparently I ain't do enough due diligence. You know what I mean? Because hell, my credit, like I said, it's my history that's probably stopping me from actually financing. I'm kind of hesitant on. It's only like a year and a half. My shit at like a 750 right now, man.
What you mean your history?
My the length of your credit history. That's what the lender told me
Wait,
before.
hold on, bro. You got 750 credit score.
750.
What are you talking about your history then?
The year of my credit, or they said something like, okay, well, your credit hasn't aged long enough, or I
Who are
personally
you
didn't
talking to?
understand the shit.
Who are you talking to?
I don't know what lender that was, but no, matter
What
of fact, that was
lender?
a couple. That was just some
What are you
not
trying to
no.
buy? Hold on. Because what you saying ain't making sense. What are you trying to buy?
Well, when I first applied, I think I just put other, and then when I went to U.S. Bank, I tried to do equipment financing.
Stop.
And
Stop. What do you mean when you put other? What are we talking about here? I'm trying to follow what you're saying.
it was a personal loan.
Stop. Why are you trying to take a personal loan?
Man, to kind of get, shit. I was trying to get a cargo van for real or something on it.
Stop. Why are you listen? Do you have your business structured?
Yes.
So why are you trying to get a personal loan? You follow
Set up.
what I'm saying? Listen,
Yeah.
you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
You got a business. You got a business. You got a LLC or a corporation, right? You have articles of incorporation, right? You got an EIN number, right?
Correct.
You got a business bank account,
Correct.
right? So why are you trying to get a personal loan to buy a cargo van for your business?
Or just
No.
It was either
Ain't no
that.
or. Listen, no or. See, that's what I'm saying. Well, there's no or in that.
I got you.
Why are you trying to get a personal loan to buy something for your business? If anything, you should be using your personal credit to personally guarantee the loan for the business because the business hasn't aged. You can get your van under your business. Your business hasn't aged, so you're going to have to co-sign it. Yeah, they're going to give it in the business under the business, but if the business fails, they're going to come after you for them notes. You shouldn't be getting a loan, period, especially in your personal when you got a business and you're looking to get a loan for something for the business.
True.
You know what I'm saying? If your personal credit is 750, that's strong. Nobody's going to turn you away. So I don't know who you was talking to. It's people out here getting financed with 625 credit score. They may be paying a little bit higher interest, but 750 is a good credit score. No one's going to turn you away. And you shouldn't be getting a loan with your personal credit if you have a business for something for the business. You go to a dealership. I want a Ford Transit. I'm just using this for an example. I got a business. Or your business is an age. You're going to have to guarantee it. You got your social security number? What's your social security number? All right. Well, you can give you the van under the business, but you're going to have to personally guarantee it. You're going to have to co-sign for the business. No problem. All right. We're going to come back to the finance office. We're going to sit down. We're going to sign some paperwork. They're probably going to put you at 9.99%. All right. Right now, that's the going rate because of the basis points. The Fed has passed off to the banks, and the banks are passing it off to you. You know what I'm saying? So a 750 credit score right now, you know, prior to all this pandemic nonsense, a 750 credit score, you going in on a commercial loan, you probably be at about 6%.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot my shot, man, tomorrow, matter of fact, at a dealership.
Yeah. Yeah, man. You trying to shop a loan, a personal loan, you trying to shop a personal loan. Nah, bro. Nah. You wanna build up your business credit.
Right.
You want to build up your business credit. You going about, see, now you never told me this in the DM. You gonna come on live in front of all these people and say this stuff. Man, I gotta school you in front of all you. Something I should have did in private. Now you done came on here and embarrassed. Come on now, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Nah, man. Don't do that, man. Don't ever listen. You personally, you got a business. You got to utilize what having a business is for. Utilize the business. Why are you gonna go messing with your credit for? Your personal credit.
See, I ain't gonna lie. This was a few months back, man. Before I really, my shit wasn't even at a 750 then. My shit was probably like a goddamn shit 7 by the 7 even.
Okay.
You know
Same
what I mean?
thing.
But
it's decent. You know what I'm saying? You don't. No, don't do that, bro. Don't do that, man. Whatever you get for the business, get it under the business. Utilize the business credit, whatever. If you have to guarantee it, then guarantee it. You don't go and take out personal loans, bro. When you start getting to that, man, that's like desperation moves down the line when you're really trying to save the business and all this stuff later on, years down the line when your wife done left you and she took half and you go. That's some old desperate stuff, dog. That's when you might think about. You don't do that initially, bro. No, you're going about it the wrong way, bro. So I think with a 750 credit score, you're in a great position to go out and get whatever it is you want.
Okay.
You know
so what's going to be required? Just my EIN number?
Yeah, you're going to go in there with your articles of incorporation, your EIN, your SS4 form, your articles of incorporation, and you're going to say, hey, I own ABC Trucking. I want to look at some vans.
Okay.
And once you look at the vans and you say, okay, I want this one, they're going to start running the credit. The business is going to come back blank, right? So they're going to be like, well, man, what's your social security number? The business is too new. You're going to have to co-sign for it. They're going to run your personal credit. They're going to give you the van under the business with you as a co-signer.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm about to be in the 350 next week. The T350.
Now, here's the thing. Don't jump the gun now. Because I gave you, you know what I'm saying? Still, you know what I'm saying? Still, you know, just because you can do it, just don't, you know what I'm saying? Because you still got this other issue you got to deal with. So now you go out and you talking about getting a T350 at today's market prices, right? And you get a T350 high roof extended, right? And you can't even maximize your profit on what you can do with that van because your background hindering you. You want to make sure you have opportunities and you have companies that are going to be willing to work with you based on your background. You know what I'm saying? Before you go make that transaction. You know what I'm saying? It'd be different if you didn't have that hindering you in the background. Then you can jump out there willy-nilly, and wherever you apply, you already know they're gonna accept you. You can run of the mill. The world is in the palm of your hands, but it's not, because you got something on your background that's kind of not allowing you to have a plethora of opportunities. You got something that's hindering you. So still do your research, bro. Please.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Please do your research before you jump out the window, bro, and go buy that van, because I don't want you to come back and say, yeah, I went and bought the van, Mark. You was right. They gave me the van, but it's just sitting because won't nobody give me no opportunity.
Nah, you right. That's 100.
You see what I'm saying? And you know, chin up, man. You seem down, but man, you in a better position than you was when I first started talking with you and coaching you. So man, it's just the beginning, man. And you know, don't nothing come overnight, bro. You know, you gotta put that work in. How old are you?
38.
38.
I had to
So
think about that.
you still young. You know what I'm saying? But you ain't getting any younger. So, you know, now is the time, you know, to figure things out. And like I was telling people on the live maybe a few months ago, to anybody that's watching this that's in their 20s, now is the time to really get yourself together. You know what I'm saying? Get yourself together. The younger you get yourself together, the younger you can retire. You know what I'm saying? Don't wait to get yourself together later on. You 38, you know what I'm saying? You still fairly young, but you know, get things in order. You still got some time, you know what I'm saying? Exercise some patience, keep doing your due diligence, keep looking for other opportunities, man. Don't let your background hinder you, but also do, you know, see what it's going to take to get that off of your background.
Okay.
Forget just letting it expire. Once it expires, or whatever the the statute of limitations, whatever they call it, where they can't hold it against you, man, you want it off that thing altogether. And you can get it removed. It's gonna cost you some bread, but you want to look into that as well, bro. And man, don't feel all bad. I mean, I know that money you saying really ain't, you want to make more, but it's a start. They gave you an opportunity. Now that other little thing they talking about as far as the truck, and they're gonna buy the truck and this, that, and the third, I don't know about all that type of stuff, dog. That don't sound too, nah, I wouldn't do that. But the opportunity that they provided you to get your feet wet in the industry, I think you should be appreciative of that and make the most of that until something else better comes along.
100.
You know, yeah.
100.
So yeah,
No.
yeah. All right.
Yeah, man. For sure.
So chin up, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, man. Always just tap in with me. Let me know how's it going.
Already, man. Will do.
All right.
All right, bro. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's good, Mar? Just jump on, bro. You are preaching. I see. I started up in the box truck business in July 2020 and was approved, 2022, and was approved for $82,000 through a business loan, but I only used $75K. That's good. I mean, as good that you were able to get approved for the bread. Axel wants to know through who, box truck, Chuck. Now I saw something before it's the walk jumped on, and I want to go back to it. Hold on, it was up here. Hold on. Shout out to James, signed up as a member. Shout out to James. All right, Chris, if you still in the business, what's the matter with people saying bad things about Mark? He's one of the best friends we can have in the business. Hey, Chris, who was saying something bad about me? I ain't heard nobody say nothing bad about me in at least 2 months that I heard. You know what I'm saying? I try to stay out the way. I don't want no issues with nobody, man. I just want to come on here, do my little live, do my little video, and I want to go mind my business. I already got enough. When I leave out the door, I don't want no issues with nothing. I don't want any more added issues. My message is going through. Oh, did I miss something from Edgar? I was told I needed 3 years in the business to even be considered for one. Hold on, let me see what Edgar's talking about. Hey Chris, let me know who said that. Who said something? I'm curious. I'm curious. Let me see. Let me see. I've been in the business for a year and a half. My credit is not good, but I'm grossing 6 figures. How can I go about a business loan? All right. So if you got your same thing I was telling him, you got your EIN, you got your articles of incorporation, you can go to a bank or you can go to a business lender and you can apply. I would recommend getting a business line of credit, a revolving business line of credit. I'm not too keen on business loans. First, I would need to know why you feel like you need a loan. First, what are you going to utilize the loan for? I think a lot of people in business, they get into trouble when they get a business loan. A lot of people get this money and they misappropriate it, or they don't utilize it correctly. And when I say misappropriate, I'm not speaking from they take the money and go on vacation and blow it. But a lot of people do is when they do get approved for these big business loans, the first thing that comes to mind is expansion. And then they expand too soon. They take this money, they expand and they scale, and mentally, they're mentally, they're not ready for scale yet. All right, they're not ready for scale yet, and a multitude of reasons. And what happens is once they take this money and then they expand, their business revenue doesn't expand with the expansion, and now they have to pay back this loan, but they're not making the money to cover the cost of what their costs were prior to the loan, plus now paying back the loan, and they end up getting in trouble. A lot of people take that money and they expand. I saw a few people do that in the box truck thing. Went out, jumped, expanded, started with one truck, then went and got 4 more, and they weren't profitable on their first. Now you may be profitable, and I'm not saying this is you. I'm just speaking in general since we're talking about this. But yeah, I see a lot of people get into trouble. So that's why I'm asking you, why do you feel like you need a loan? Me personally, I think a person should get a business line of credit. Like I said, if with the business line of credit is revolving. So let's say, boom, instead of giving $100,000 loan that, you know what I'm saying, you may go try to expand or do something with, and you got to start paying back. I get like $100,000 line of credit, and that $100,000 sitting there. I don't owe nothing on it unless I use some of it. So I got 100,000. If I need to take 2,000 and use 2,000 for something, now they start charging me interest on the payback of that 2,000. But if I pay that 2,000 back quick, then I don't have to pay no interest on it. Once I replace that 2,000, I got 100,000. If I take 2,000, I use that 2,000, I got to pay the interest back on that 2,000 until it's paid back, but I still got 98 sitting there. So that's there ready to go when I need it. If I don't need it, then I'm not paying nothing on it, but it's there. I don't have to go through the paperwork. I don't have to go through none of that. I went through it one time and that money is there. My question to you is, why do you want a loan? If you've been in business for a year and a half, my credit is not good, but I'm gross. If you're grossing 6 figures and your credit is not good, but you're making money, why do you want a loan? Why do you want a loan? Why do you want a loan? Bro, I appreciate you for being candid. We learned something today. I appreciate you for chiming in. Appreciate you for chiming in. You were talking about going off the live tonight because of something. I haven't heard anything bad. Oh, okay. Now, if somebody said something, somebody went in a Big Vic's live and misconstrued my words yesterday. I didn't watch the live in the comment section. I'm gonna go back and watch and see who it was and see if it was done intentionally or not. But me and Vic talked and he accepted the challenge and it was all good. It was a friendly challenge. But some people try to, pit people against each other because, they mad about they self for whatever reason. I don't know. But that goes back to the social media. You can't let that type of stuff get to you, and that's why, I have a barrier. I don't let this, some people, man, some people, subscribers are everything. The more they want subscribers, I got to get more subscribers because these subscribers, they feel like it's validation. All right. Every time I come on, when have anybody ever heard me say, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel? I forget to say hit the like button half the time on here. You know what I'm saying? I think the reason why my subscribers grew and steadily growing is because the content I put out. Obviously, it holds some type of value for a person to click subscribe. They got something out of whatever video it was they were watching to take the time to hit subscribe so that they can get notifications or they can see other videos that come up. And guess what? I ain't put out a video in a month, but my subscribers still going up off my old content. You know what I'm saying? But some people, their whole life is likes and subscribers. You know what I'm saying? So even with somebody, let's say, potentially trying to pit two people against each other, I don't let that type of stuff get to me. You know what I'm saying? That's why I create a barrier. I do my lives, I do my content, and then that's it. I don't get hung up on the views. I don't get hung up on the subscribers. I don't get hung up on the likes. I don't get hung up on none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't, because it'll consume you. You know what I'm saying? I got other things to worry about. I got a real life. You know what I'm saying? I got real things that people have to deal with in life, real bills. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, like for real. So like I got a barrier. So I appreciate everybody for checking the content out tonight. And that's basically what I'm saying. Creating a barrier between social media and this trucking thing, and knowing the difference between real and fake, knowing the difference between two, and not getting caught up in this crap. Research is starting with a cargo van. What should be my key focus is starting out to get contracts. Thank you. All right. So now here's something that contracts. All right. So look, cargo van, it's a few different ways you can run it, right? You can do what Mr. Axel does is expediting, which is long over the road driving. You can do final mile from a smaller parcel perspective, which is like doing like office supply delivery, medical supply, specimen, courier things. All right. You can do over the road, like partial pallets, depending on the type of cargo van you get. And nowadays you can do gig stuff. You could do a full-time professional gig with your cargo van. Now, if you want contracts, then you got to pretty much go final mile parcel, which is just really dedicated. It's not really a contract, it's just dedicated work, Monday through Friday or Monday through Saturday, where you know pretty much what you're doing on a day-to-day basis. Same examples as always: T-Force, Office Depot, Granger, Capstone, Staples, Watco, Staples. If you're doing one of these contracts, every day you go in, you're delivering office supplies Monday through Friday. All right, on a route that's dedicated. To get these dedicated runs. The only thing you got to do is apply to one of these companies. Make sure you got your business structured, your articles of incorporation, your EIN, your tax ID. Make sure you got your authority, and then you apply to one of these companies and go through the onboarding process. And then they'll start you off. They're probably going to start you off with a crappy route. That's just how the industry works, all right? Because it's a tenure-based thing. The people who are already in there get the best routes, and you got to work your way through the system to get a good paying route with pieces, because most of that work is they pay per piece. It's a per piece type of thing. So that's simple as that. Just applying, make sure you have your business structure, apply, and go through the onboarding process. Pretty simple if you want to do dedicated. I need 1 hour talk with you about my fleet. All right. www.boxtruckcourses.com. And we can talk. I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it in the chat. I have a Transit Connect and 16-foot box. Thinking about getting a high roof for OTR and do gig apps and medical with Transit and 16-foot. Yeah, sounds like you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, and that's good. You know, you want to kind of have nowadays. You want to kind of have a bunch of different things going on. You don't want to put your eggs in one basket. So as long as you sounds like you understand that and you know that, which is good. Transit Connect 16-foot box. You're thinking about getting a high roof. High roof is definitely good for OTR. And do gig asset medical with Transit and 16-foot. The medical and gig app stuff, you'll be good with a 16-footer. Not a 16-footer, Transit. Don't know what market you're in, but I'm in a pretty big market, and you really don't see that much stuff that would suffice a 16-foot box truck. Even though like GoShare, some of these other apps, they have, when you sign up, they have a checkbox for like a 16-foot box truck. They really don't have uh the work, or let's say the pieces, to suffice a 16-foot box truck. A cargo van is more enough for the most part for these apps. I don't think they've gotten to the point yet where they have vendors, not vendors, but they have retailers that can provide a decent amount for a full or even a half a 16-foot truckload. I mean, a van is more than enough for a lot of these gig apps. Some people are wicked, like to throw that monkey wrench and sit back, coward mother effers. Yeah, man, I see that, man. So I don't get caught up in it, man. Every now and again I get a hack or a troll, but it comes with the territory. It doesn't bother me. I don't put myself out there as a person that, I don't really get that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Every now and again I get some weirdo that, is just weird, you know what I'm saying, but not often. And, for the most part I ignore it. Might call him a goofy and move on. So I got a barrier up. I don't get hung up in all this stuff, man. I feel Vic is starting to transition to becoming one to be known more as a content creator. I don't know. I don't know. I talk to him from time to time in the DMs. I think, as far as content, as far as piecing it together, editing it, I don't see nobody that can do it better than him. I think when it comes to, viewpoints on certain things, and this is with anybody, everybody's gonna have their own viewpoint on. Actually, I see I'm gonna bring you up in 1 minute. Let me just hit this point on different things in the space, and that's fine. Everybody entered in a different way. Everybody entered in a different time period. Everybody's journey is different. My journey is different from his journey, is different from the box truck couple's journey, is different from um Kirk's journey, is different from Motivation's journey, is different from everybody's journey. But as far as a person in the space, he is one of the top people in the space as far as creating um content. you know he's one of those type of guys that, because I think his subscriber base, he's up there in subscribers, he's gonna get love and he's gonna get hate. You know what I'm saying? And but as far as him creating content, I think the way he puts it together, I think is good. I don't see nobody that can put it together um as well as him. But yeah. uh Axel, what's going on? Mark the Miller, you're awesome. Nick, thank you for joining in. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Axel, what's up, man? Mr. Axel.
What chick? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You can hear me?
I can't see you, but I hear you though.
Hello.
Yep. I know you made a video about T4s, but it's always set Monday through Friday.
Yeah, I'm not dressed for the show. I got my beach towel on.
TMI. TMI. But okay. That's okay, man. We can hear you. What's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Anyways, I see you got all these guys talking about the cargo vans, sprinters, box trucks. You got to let these people know now's not.
Now is what? I think you got a delay, man. I think you got all that stuff hooked up.
They got to slow down and relax a little bit.
Why you say they need to relax?
Let me see.
Hey, you got a delay, Axel. Something going on. I know you got a lot of gadgets.
I mean, the volume's down right now. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on with expediting the vans, and yeah, I don't know why.
You got a 10-15 second delay.
Why we got a delay?
I don't know. And I'm web streaming today. I'm not streaming off.
I'm trying to fix it.
Let me know when you fix it. I'm going to answer some of these questions until then.
I'm going to restart my whole system.
All right. He's going to restart the system. Are you there, or are you going to restart the computer? All right, he restarted. All right, so when he comes back on, he's going to talk about what you guys been waiting to hear on the expediting. So we're going to get that out the way. I was going to push it back to next week, but skip it. Let's just get it out the way tonight. Where I leave off, I got DR into becoming one to be known more as a content creator. I talked about that. Yeah, I don't know, you know what I'm saying, about, you know, but you know, that's I mean, you know, I'm a, you know, if that's what you see, then, you know, I don't know. Oh, but I know he does put together videos. As far as the quality of videos, the second to none. I can't put videos together like that as far as the editing and things of that nature, the camera going back and forth. Like me, even if I knew how to do that, I probably wouldn't even do that, because man, that takes a time just to put together a video. Me sitting there talking take, and sometimes that stuff take all day. So salute to him for all that editing and camera panning and different camera views. So yeah. All right, so let me get back to these questions until he come back on. He can talk about this expediting that everybody want to know so much about. Purchase equipment. All right, so purchase equipment. I have 4 trucks with Enterprise. My rate went up to $550 a week. All right, so Edgar. Oh, let me go back to the question you said before this so I can see what you're talking about. I was told I needed 3 years in business to even be considered for one. For what? A loan? I've been in business a year and a half. Credit is good. No, you don't gotta be in business. Listen. All right, so listen. To be considered for a loan, for a bank to even talk to you, is 2 years. All right. Now I haven't desired to look for a business loan or none of that stuff in years. So it may be 3 years now. All right. If so, by 3 years, if you're still around, then obviously you're doing something right. Now, the reason why I advise people away from getting business loans, because so many times when people go out and get business loans, they end up getting into trouble. Person don't need a business loan, they get a business loan, they end up getting into trouble. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said maybe dibble. You can get into trouble with a business line of credit too, but I think the business line of credit is the way to go. Now, you just said something here that is I don't want to say it's concerning, but let's see. You've been in business 3 years. I asked you what you need the loan for. You said to purchase equipment. I have 4 trucks with Enterprise. My rate went up. You've been in business 3 years. That means you've been renting all 3 years, and now you've scaled up to 4 trucks. All right. You should be buying trucks, all right? And you shouldn't need to take out a loan to start transitioning out of your rental trucks into your own trucks. All right. You shouldn't have to do that. If you're spending $550 a week, and you said they just went up. So let's say you were spending $500 a week per truck. It means you're spending $2,000 a week combined prior, right? And you've been running, I don't know at what point you scaled up to 4 trucks, but if you've been running successfully for 3 years on renting trucks, you can start phasing those rentals out 1 truck at a time and transitioning into buying your own trucks. And it's simple as just going to a truck dealership and buying a truck. Clearly you're making the money, you know what you're doing. I don't think you need to take a loan out. If you want to deal with a business line of credit, you could deal with a business line of credit. Now I did 2 videos. Now you're gonna go have to dig. I'm not gonna point you in a direction. I did 2 videos or a video or 2 about 2-3 months ago on 2 companies you can go get some capital from. All right, go get some capital from. Up to you to go do the research and to find this video with these 2 companies. And I think now these companies aren't traditional banks. These are companies that lend money to businesses. Some of these loans can be hard money loans. Some of them can be fair loans. One of them just does business lines of credit. If I were you, I would probably go out and find a nice pre-driven box truck at a fair rate. And depending on what you get qualified for on a business line of credit, take some of that money, get you a truck, and start paying back that line of credit. You said your personal credit is not good, so trying to personally guarantee on a commercial loan may be a little bit difficult because your personal credit ain't good and it's not strong to guarantee a business that may be deemed weak as well. So you may have to go, I don't want to say the hard money route, but you may want to go one of these routes in this video, either cabbage or on deck. Not for a loan, for a business line of credit. For a business line of credit. So that's what I would do, Edgar. I would try to start phasing out these 4 trucks that you've been renting for 3 years. That you man, don't go into year 4 still renting 4 trucks. You should buy at least 1 or 2 trucks by the end of the year, man. Heavy Goody, what's going on? We just waiting for Axel to come back in, man. You are the GOAT. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Appreciate you for thinking that highly of me. I really do. Maybe you were joking earlier about that. If I think what you're talking about, I don't think I was joking. If I'm thinking about I don't know if whatever you're talking about is what I'm thinking about. Working on it. Axel is working on it. So I'm just gonna finish answering some of these questions. Then he's gonna come in and talk about hot shots. I mean not hot shots, but expediting. And we're gonna get up out of this thing. Let me go back. Bro, I appreciate you for being candid. Appreciate you for checking in. Edgar, I hope you listen to what I just said about your credit. If your credit is not good, you want to work on your credit too. If you're running a business, in order for you to start seeing more money, you're gonna have to start transitioning out of them trucks. And when you start initially buying equipment, you're gonna have to guarantee it gonna have to personally guarantee it. And I don't know what your credit score is. I don't want to know, but you're saying it's not good. So if you're saying it's not good, I have to take your word for it. So I think you need to focus on getting your personal credit good. And if you desperately need to get some money, I think you should go line of credit, and I think you should look at Cabbage or On Deck, and just make sure you aggressively pay them back. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. His business must not be structured. I think he was talking about when the walk was on the thing. I know I'm behind. Let's see. I believe there's a program in Ohio. That's what neighborhood he's in. Yeah, so. All right, so if there's any more questions, I'll answer them until he comes back on and talks about this expediting stuff that a lot of people have been asking me to get him on to talk about. Other than that, if you don't have questions, we can just sit here and look at each other until he comes back on. And we can do that because I don't have nothing else to talk about. I said what I needed to say as far as the social media is concerned. And you know how we need to look at it, you know, people coming into the space need to look at it. But for the people who got the mentorship, I guess I can talk about that real quick until he comes back on. The date is the 22nd. That's going to be the first date. So for you guys that were lucky enough to win that, date is the 22nd. I'm going to shoot you guys a message either in your Instagram or your Facebook on the time. Time will be Central Standard Time, and it's going to be early in the morning. So it's got to be early in the morning because, as you know, I go live Sunday nights. I got to hit the gym, get my workout in, you know, during the day. So I can't do it later and roll it straight into the live. And I have to give myself time to prepare for my Sunday night live. So it has to be in the morning so that I can, you know, sit down with you guys for a couple hours, hit the gym, prepare me a meal, and then you know, go over my live. And then obviously Sunday night I do my live. So Sunday the 22nd is when the mentorship start, and it'll be for 4 weeks. So make sure you guys are there with bells and whistles on. Make sure you get your notes and all that stuff because it is a beginner. So we starting from the beginning. We're gonna start with the first class is gonna be structuring and setting up your business and all the things from the beginning. We're gonna start off the right way and walk you through the stuff the right way, guys. And we're not gonna set unrealistic expectations. I'm gonna give you guys everything from a realistic uh perspective, a realistic standpoint. Axel.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You hear me?
Yeah, hold on one second.
Yeah, you got a delay. Hey man, you got to cut all
I
that
still,
stuff off
I
and
still got
just
a delay?
go. Wait, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What about now?
Yes.
Okay, well then there's no delay then. All right, so
No.
welcome to the channel, and everybody wants to know. Well, what were you saying? Why am I telling people about? What did you say about cargo vans?
A lot of them are trying to jump in right now. They need to slow down. It's you got a lot of guys that are dropping out right now. And the other thing is too, a lot of them are getting in like that guy you just had on from Cleveland. He's got to wait for that DUI or whatever it is to fall off because nobody's going to touch him with the insurance with that. So if I was him, I would save my money for when it's time. And he keeps talking about, running and get loans and this and that. Well, every time he keeps checking his credit, he's just knocking his score down, and those are leaving marks on his credit. You hear me?
I hear you. I'm listening.
So I mean, the box trucks I see are doing good now. They're picking up, but before I think because a lot of guys have dropped out. I know another guy running a box truck and he's running strong, no problem finding loads or anything. Happy as can be. The vans are a lot different right
Mm, I don't know. I see it different. I see more people I see more people complaining about the box trucks than I see
Really?
people complaining about the vans. Yeah, a lot of people are
Well,
struggling, but
maybe those ones that are complaining are the Amazon. I don't have nothing to do with Amazon. I have Amazon Access. I don't mess with it. Maybe that's why.
um, it's not just Amazon. It's just I think a lot of people, um, the people who are still hanging in there that entered in the past year, um, I think they entered incorrectly. They have a lot of high overhead, and they have unrealistic expectations on what the industry, what the outcome they're supposed to get. You know what I'm saying? Um, the people who are doing well is people who are tenured, who don't have high overhead, who are or who did enter correctly, and they're just not, they don't have exorbitant costs. Now, people that have entered that I talked to have entered as far as the cargo vans, they're making money. Even him, I hear what you're saying, but he was one of those guys who wanted to do the box truck. He was a 26-foot box truck thing. And I think once I saw that a lot of people had these high hopes of the box truck, and once I started talking to people, and I'm not speaking on him specifically, I'm speaking in general. When I talk to a lot of people, the reason why I started making other content as far as cargo van and gig stuff is to give people a realistic approach. Not everybody was financially sound to enter
Mm-hmm.
into the space. A lot of people had these expectations of getting in, and they just ain't finding it. Listen, it costs money to get in. And once you get in, you got to have enough money to float you until you figure it out. And a lot of people just didn't have that. I get DMs all the time of people saying, "Man, I'm waiting to get in. I'm trying to get this money up and this, that. How much you think 5,000 to cut it? You think 10,000 to cut it?" And then I have to give people a reality check and say, you know what, that ain't gonna cut it. You're gonna probably need this much money. And if you don't think you can come up with this much money, maybe this is a better alternative for you. You know what I'm saying? So he was one of those people. And 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 he admitted that, I had an unrealistic view or unrealistic expectation of what I thought it was going to take to get into this space until I came across your channel and started watching videos. Because if he didn't, he would have been into it. He would have been in it already. You know what I'm saying? He would have got into it a while ago. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's way more expensive. And you have to have a lot more money to float you now uh than you had to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago. So I I
The,
I see it different, Axel.
the biggest problem I see with the van, they run, they get vans, and they don't know where to get freight from. And what happens is these sharks out here know they're new, and they'll say, "No problem, we're going to keep you busy." And these are the guys that get so desperate, and they'll take those 60-cent loads.
You
I
speak
know, I know a guy, I know a guy right now. He's a United Airlines pilot. Okay, he has 4 month old authority. Would you believe it if I told you he's got a military contract for the next 5 years to pay $3 a mile? You there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
He has the money. He has the backing to back himself. But he's asking me how to do this, how to do that. Very nice guy. I work with him. He's sharp. I've given him two drivers of it. And they're going to be locked on the West Coast for I don't know how long delivering those military loads. They start in like another month and a half. But he's also working on lawsuits for dispatchers. This guy told me, us airline pilots, we love to sue people. He's coming for the dispatchers. I seen some stuff he's working on. Even with our load board and selectors, he's pointed out some stuff to me. I didn't even know what was going on. You have some of the foreign guys that are hacking into selectors. They're hacking into another system called Full Circle, and they're stealing the loads and posting them on their platform. So there's some backhanded stuff going on, and the new guys don't know, and they're jumping in, and they're jumping in with these sharks that are doing this crazy stuff. But I know a lot of brokers, they're not putting up with it anymore. They don't care if you don't have any experience or no authority on your belt in the van game. Some of them they're not taking the risks anymore. We got guys. that'll get a 200-300 mile load, talking about they need a nap. I drove freaking 18 hours straight the other day to drop my load up in Detroit, Michigan. 18 hours. I did round trip, 4,400 miles. I grossed 5K. For us, this is decent. Should it be more? Yeah, it should be more. I took $1.40 to the West Coast and I came back with $1. The way I look at it, it's $1.20 and $1.20. They were the same miles, basically, 2,000 each way. But believe me when I tell you, these guys are doing these trips for 60 cents a mile. And they think they're making good money. They'll say, "Hey, I got 2,000, I got 3,000," but they're doing 5,000, 6,000 miles a week. So you come out with a new van, they'll sign you right up. Oh, we got loads for you, no problem. So you just got to be a little bit more careful on the van side of it. I see a lot of guys. I see them come with MC numbers, and everything, and after a few months, they can't do it. A lot of people they don't even know what's involved to come out on the road. Now I see guys that promote Courier and delivering specimens and all that stuff. That's not what I do. I don't get the patience for that. I love to deal with the hardcore freight. That little stuff, gather 100 here, gather $50 here. That's too time consuming for me.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, when I talk about cargo vans and I started talking about it, it was just to give people an alternative. A lot of people just couldn't really afford to get into the box truck space. So, I said, well, here's another alternative. You guys can get in at a lower cost of entry. And, it's worked out for a lot of people. But I hear you. And the reason I did that is because they have opportunities to supplement. And you're speaking from an expedited perspective. I've never promoted expediting because I don't know that side of the cargo van business. I know the fundamentals of it, but I don't feel like I'm qualified to speak on it, and that's why I don't. But I focus more on people getting out there with the apps and the T Forces running the Staples, the Wacos, Capstone running the Staples, rather T Force running the Office Depot, Granger, and things of that nature. And people are seeing success from it. So
in our side, a lot of the box trucks and the vans are tied together. On Selectus, that's what we have: Sprinter, cargo van, box truck. All I'm saying is, and you say it too, you got to do your research. And everybody's listening to everyone else on YouTube, but they need to listen to people who have done it and continue to do it. Not a guy that just got a van in 2 months, he started making YouTube videos, and they all have the same titles: how to start a cargo van, how to make 5,000 a week, how to do this. A lot of them, they're not even strapping in the freight. They have no idea what's going on. It's wintertime now. And then when they see these blizzards, they're like, "Oh, I'm not driving it." Well, how are you going to pay your bills?
right.
You got to. Progressives don't care. You got to pay the insurance. I know a guy's got a 26-foot box truck. He was in the van for 2 months. He said, "I'm jumping to the box truck." He bought an $80,000 box truck. I said, "I wish you a lot of luck. He's been doing good." He threw somebody in his van. The first load he gave to the guy, it was a 6-hour load. He had 14 hours to complete the load. He was 3 hours late. He gave him another chance. The guy was using a pay-as-you-go phone. That's not going to work. He gave him another phone. He gave him a load up to Michigan. 30 minutes for the drop. He wrecks the van. Ends up in a ditch. Now you know what he says? "I'm only running my truck." Because now his insurance is going to go up. He took a chance with the guy that never was in the business. I said, "That was your first mistake. You didn't take the time to train him. You didn't know what was going on, and then you sent him on this. You messed up the first load. Now you gave him another one. It was bound to happen. And everybody has to realize you got to slow down. A lot of people don't even know how much the insurance costs in these vans, depending on the state. I've seen 8,000, I've seen 15,000, and I've seen 20,000 a year. Everyone needs to check what van you're going to use and go ask Progressive, "How much is my insurance going to cost me?" And then really think to themselves, can they afford this?
Well, that's the first mistake, going to Progressive.
But Progressive is the gangsters with the vans. Unless you run a lot of large trucks and can carry the vans underneath, you're stuck with Progressive.
Really?
Majority of the time, yes.
Hmm. That sucks. If that's the case, what you're saying is true, then that sucks. Because when you those numbers you give me out to the van, 20,000,
I had a young guy from Georgia.
well, that's why he's young.
Yeah, he was young. He was paying 12,000 a month. I had a lady that had
Twelve
two
thousand a
vans.
month or a year?
I mean, a year. I had another lady from Texas. Hers was 20,000 a year. First load I give her, she goes 350 miles. She turns around and starts dead heading back home. I said, "What are you doing? Why get more loads from over there?" I said, "How do you know? You've only been in the business 1 month. You just got your first load." "Well, it's a bigger city." I said, "It doesn't work like that. You don't just drop it and fly. Now you're 350 miles. What you got paid for that load just got chopped in half. And that deadhead adds up. A guy can put deadhead on his van 20 to 30,000 miles in 1 year, just in deadhead.
Hmm.
Not to mention the 100,000 you're going to put delivering the freight.
Right.
So how long is that van going to last them? And then they want to run out. Some of them have decent credit. And they want to buy $50,000 vans. I've seen guys who've been in this business 10 years, didn't put no money aside. 3 of them just got nailed this year. They didn't even have money to replace their engine. They're doing Lyft now.
They're doing what?
They're doing Lyft.
Oh, rideshare?
Lyft. They're Lyft drivers like Uber or whatever.
Oh, yeah, rideshare. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Any of these people have any questions?
I guess not. You touched on something though about the experience and that's something that you heard said. I do talk about it a lot. People, I think other content creators, they get mad at me when I say that, but I mean it's true. And I'm speaking like newer content creators that you said like just started and then they make YouTube content on their journey. That's fine. I don't I don't knock people for if they want to show their journey, but and if they want to sell consultations and sell courses and they're showing you their journey, they're showing you they just got in a month ago and you buy it, that's on you. That's on the individual. I don't knock anybody for, having an entrepreneurial spirit. All right. But if you buying a course or something from someone that clearly shows you, look, I just got my box truck. Let me show you, sign up for my mentorship. And that's on you when you don't get value from it. So I don't knock the individual. You know what I'm saying? Experience is the best teacher. You're right. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's gonna go to who they want to go to. So it is what it is. But I definitely feel you on that. Anybody got any questions for Axel?
I know young guy's been in the business about a year. He drives for a company. He's been out 20 weeks straight, hasn't gone home. I told him before Christmas, go home, dude. You're mentally screwing yourself. He's trying to save for a van. So in 20 weeks, he saved 6,500. I said, bro, you save like $300 a week. How are you going to get a van like this? Whatever you're doing is wrong. They sent him to California. I said, why did you go there? It was the only load they have. He sat in California for 8 days. I said, you're their dog. The drivers need to speak up, but in order to speak up, they need to learn the business.
Who is he
And the
working
guys
for?
that have MPs,
Panther?
huh?
Who is he running for? Panther?
He's running for the Russians.
Oh, well, which Russian company? Is it a big company or like Panther or something?
Speed or something. I think it's small. They only have like 2 or 3 drivers.
Oh,
Panther. I'm partner here with Panther because I'm out of Ohio. But like right now, I won't haul nothing for them because the volume is low, so their rates are low. I deal with the brokers that I build relationships with. I have one out of Erie, PA. They call me, and guys ask me sometimes, How'd you get me out of this truck stop when there's 20 other vans here? Because I built a relationship with these guys.
Somebody got a
You gotta
question
build
for you about box trucks.
the box trucks to me. They're always good. You gotta build relationships. You know, if you went back, I would say if you went back 8 months ago, it was kind of like a World War cutthroat session. But the box truck, you guys got to realize too. You gotta follow the rules, the ELD and everything. It, you, Here, there's a lot of drivers they don't want to sit. So when you got to do a 34-hour reset and stuff like that, you better make sure you're one of those guys that can sit around and be bored out of your mind or find something to do at the truck stop. Because a lot of guys, whether it's vans or trucks, they don't want to sit. They don't have no patience. So I wouldn't even get into the business. If you don't have a little bit of patience, I wouldn't even get into the business.
So my answer for that question, Derek, is what do you think is good? Are you thinking last year is good? Because if you think last year is good, last year was not realistic. Last year was fantasy land. So if those are the numbers that you're considering is good, that you think the industry is going to one day get back to, you got to be waiting for another event to happen, like what happened that got the rates to that point to begin with. I think what you're seeing now is a correction. And to me, and if you look at rates prior to the pandemic, leading into 2020, leading into 2019, you're looking at normalcy. Um, you're looking at normalcy. If you're looking at the average van rate for a 53-foot container is around about, last time I looked, about 239 a mile. What do you think the average going rate for a 26-foot box truck is? You know what I'm saying? So I think what you're looking at is normalcy. I think people have to get used to, I wouldn't even consider this the new norm. I just consider this uh uh correction. You know, this is the way things are gonna be. You're gonna probably see some fluctuation, but I think people are holding on to hope. And I hope this is not you, Derek. I think people are holding on to hope to see numbers from last year, and like, man, that's, you're not going to see that ever again. You're not going to see that ever again unless we have some type of catastrophic or another pandemic or some type of event that's going to cause rates to go up like that. You're not going to see that. You're not going to see that. So
What are you hearing the rates are, Mark, with the box truck?
for box trucks, you can't really find an average rate for box truck because the trucking industry doesn't deem box trucking a lane. So when you do research on the average van rates, you see your average 53-foot dry container rates, you see your reefer rates, and you see your flatbed rates, but like you can't research an average box truck rate. So the way I do it is I look to see what the average van rate is for a 53-foot dry van. All right. Last time I looked was about a week or two ago, it was about 239, a mile. So from there, you you kind of gotta use your uh make an educated guess on what you thinking the average box truck run would go for right now. So if it's 239 for a 53-footer, I'm 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 assuming a 26-foot box truck load would be less than $2 on average. All right, on average, going off the national average of a 53-foot van load at 239, 238. So
The guy I know, he doesn't take anything less than $2. He averages $2 to $3, depending
mm-hmm,
if it's a local short load.
mm-hmm.
He's coming home every week with 5 to 6,000. And I still tell him to push it up, push those rates at least 230, 240. And it comes back to the relationships.
You say he's in a box truck, or is he's in a 50? He's in a semi.
26-foot box truck.
Mm-hmm.
And and I'll say it and say it again. You gotta build relationships with these agents. I've gotten loads for myself that pay more, they go by my rate, when another guy has been a lot cheaper just because they like me and the service I perform. You got to get to know these agents, joke with them a little bit. And, go back to when we talked about TikTok. Would you believe if I told you some of these agents are on TikTok?
You said. Mm-hmm.
They're younger than us, some of them, Mark. They're playing on TikTok and stuff. I have one, we send TikToks back to each other.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be. A lot of them they're boring guys, man. They're just sitting behind a computer all day. Get to know them and say, listen, man, I need a good rate on this. Let's work together. Bust it out. Give them top notch service. And you're gonna shine above the other guys. Just because an agent comes and says, hey, all I got on this load is the $1.50 for this straight truck. Have a nice day. Move to the next one.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are upset with the rates because they just entered wrong. It's a lot of guys that I don't see complaining. Like, I don't see Kurt
Yeah.
complaining. I don't see none of the people like that he talks to complaining. It's just a lot of the people that entered the space wrong. I don't see other content creators that I guess are successful really uh complaining, but the people that I see complaining are the people who are paying X amount of dollars for a rental truck, or who bought an inflated box truck because their expenses, their overhead is really, 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 really high. So,
Each person is different. Maybe their wife takes an extra $1,000 a week. Maybe they got 4 car payments. They got a $3,000 mortgage. Everyone has to evaluate their own place in this business because a lot of people come in this business and they're living like they're kings, and then they want to get paid like kings. Cut some of your expenses down. First off, you're on the road all the time. I don't know why you need 3 car payments.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I hear you. I don't get involved in people's personal situations.
Yeah, here it's just put some like attempting forced dispatching, and I'm gonna touch on that because a lot of guys complain about forced dispatching. In expedite, and I'm gonna be blunt honest with you, you have to work with the carrier. An expedite carrier knows what he's doing. Those loads might go up for 15 minutes. Believe me when I tell you, within a minute or less, the load can be gone. You have to have a relationship with that company of what rate you're going to average. As long as that person that you're working for, and I say dispatcher, but not the dispatchers like everyone's seeing. I'm talking about the dispatcher that for that carrier that you're working on. If he says you're going to get $1 a mile, then every time he bids, you're going to get $1 a mile. I'm talking about the cargo van. Now, if it's 200 miles and you're working with one of these schmucks and they're going to give you $200, then there's a problem because that load, 200 miles, pays 400 to 500. I'm gonna say 400 miles. It can pay up to $2 a mile in the van. Long haul is usually between $1 to $1.50. So when you guys say forced dispatching, expedite, it's fast. It's boom, bam, boom. Get the load and rock and roll. A lot of guys want the dispatch to call them and say, hey, what do you think about this? And then they want to play business owner. If you got your own MC and your own DOT, do whatever you want. But I'm telling you, when you work under an expedite carrier underneath their authority, you have to understand that you're going to run for what they get the rate for. So if you're working for idiots that want to give 60-cent loads and say, hey, it's supposed to pay, we got 60 cents, then that's what you're going to get all the time. I had a guy last year, just dropped in Dallas. He was there for 1 hour. He said, did you find anything yet? I said, it's 11 o'clock in the morning. Give it some time.
mm-hmm.
He said, whatever you can get, even if it's 70 cents. I said, that won't work. Because once I start bidding cheap on the loads, those brokers will average it in their system, and they'll say, "Hey, he takes it for this much. He's done it from here to here before for this much." Not me. I won't trash my MC for anybody. That's why you have to build a relationship with whoever you work with to get you the best rate. Okay, it's
Don't anybody else got any questions for Axel? Man, that's crazy, man. People wanted you to like people were really reminding me to get you on here, and then when I got you on here, nobody's saying nothing.
well, probably because it's late, and I just I seen them asking, so you can always yeah, no big deal.
Yeah.
But like I said, you were planning it, and I was on the road. I'm gonna try. I think I can still do it from the road. I can do it from my phone.
Yeah, you can do it from your phone. You don't necessarily have to be visual if you're gonna if if because I think the best way to do it would be to um actually promote it a week ahead of time. Cause that way people know you'll be coming, so they'll come prepared with their questions. Um because right now you just kind of popped on and I had a topic, and depending on the topic, determines how the live is going to turn out. So, if I do a topic on, and you weren't expected to come on here, if I do a topic on something controversial, it'll be 100 and some people in the live. But if I do something that's not as controversial, it'll top out like at 50, 60, or 70. I think tonight it topped out like 50, 60 people. You know what I'm saying? And you weren't expected to be on here, but I think if I promote it, give people a week, know you're coming, they can come in and they'll have their questions ready, and so be it. Because I don't have any questions for you, so I don't even have a dialogue to run with of what type of questions to ask that people may want to know the answers to, because I wasn't even expecting it. So I mean, we can try it on another day, because I know some specific people like Alexis. I know she had questions for you. I don't even think Alexis is even in here right now. Is Axel a dispatcher? No, Axel is a um expediter. Expediter. Dispatchers, I probably would never have a dispatcher on my channel, because I don't I coach people away from dispatching. Like, I feel like that money, I heard somebody paying 20% to a dispatcher earlier today on another channel. I feel like that money is like your profit. So like I wouldn't bring a dispatcher on here, because when people ask me about dispatching, I say, well, you could dispatch yourself, keep that money. So no, actually ain't no dispatcher.
In expedite, when you work underneath someone's authority, it's usually 20 to 30%.
Mm-hmm.
But you're working under their authority. Nobody's going to want to move a van for no 3 or 5%. Do the math. Nobody's going to dispatch your van for you for 6 or 7 days under their authority to make $100. Like my guys, I do an 80-20 split with them. They get 80% of that load. My guys average $1 plus per mile in their van. Anyone who knows the van, if you continuously make $1 plus in that van, you're doing good. Do they get more sometimes? Yeah. But I'm not gonna sit here and say they all. I had one. He was with Deadhead. He was averaging $1 a mile. And that's in a van. They're gonna get it now? No. Will they get $1? My guys will still get that dollar even if I have to take my cut. I got a team right now. He's down in Corpus Christi, Texas. He took the holidays off. He called me yesterday. He said, I'm ready to rock and roll. That guy will zoom all around, everywhere, all over the map, wherever I. But you got to understand, anyone who's in the vans, you got some big fish that are pushing back. Some big fish. And they're gearing up for this next year. And that's all I'm going to say. I
In
know a
the
lot. I keep some to myself, but in the cargo van business, it's a dirty game.
I think, I think all businesses, especially in trucking, I think you have individuals who you say dirty. I think you have individuals that take advantage of people, and that's why
Yeah,
I kind of try to steer people away from, getting taken advantage of. Um, People prey on the weak, and the weak in the trucking industry is a person who just lacks the knowledge. And if a person who, sees that and they don't have any morals, they're going to take advantage of you, and that's in anything. So that's what I've been working on, focusing on a lot as far as content, steering people away from getting taken advantage of. You guys got any more questions? If not, I got to get out of here, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm tired, man. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired, man. I've been focusing on this mentorship. I've been working on it. I've been staying up wee hours in the night
I
building
have
this.
a question for you, Mark. What
Yeah.
happened to the ecam?
What happened to Ecam? I haven't had a chance to play with the mic delay because I got tired and frustrated of doing lives. And when I go back, I watched the replay of every live, and I got tired of it looking like a Chinese movie where I'm talking and my mouth is not moving with the words.
Yeah,
So I gotta take the time to record on different levels of mic delay and see which one actually lines up before I do another live with it. I'm still paying for the subscription. I'm paying for this subscription as well. I just haven't taken the time. Well, I haven't had the time since the new year because I'm focusing on something else right now.
check on the roadcaster to help you out too.
Roadcaster, how much is that? Like a grand?
About 500, 600.
Okay.
But you can adjust all your volumes and everything. You can play sounds to it. It has a lot more teaching inside.
So is it going? I can do the mic delay from that too.
I think there is a delay in here. I just have the one set for the eCam, but I'm not on. I have the eCam open right now, and it's funneling the sound to there, but can't tell if there's really a delay anymore. You said it sounds good though, right?
No, you're fine now. Before it was like at least a 10-15 second delay. It was a long delay.
Yeah, there was an update when I opened up eCam. Maybe that was the problem. All this stuff gets updates. That's the problem. So unless you leave it on and see updates, and even the roadcast has updates, the stream deck has updates, the HM has. I got a lot of crap. I haven't been using it really.
Yeah, I don't. I turn my all my equipment off if I'm not using it. Um, I haven't I haven't turned my I haven't. Well, you know what? The stream deck and all that stuff comes on when you turn the computer on. So yeah, I guess it does update when the computer's on, whether I'm using it or not. So yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't actually opened up Ecamm since the last time I did a live one. So um once I get this mentorship, at least the first 2 weeks, you know, set up for these guys, I'm gonna go back and I'm probably gonna do maybe my next live or the live after the next on Ecamm. Because I gotta figure out that mic delay stuff. I just can't, I can't when I look at the replay, it just makes me cringe. Like I'm thinking I'm in a kung fu movie or something. So I gotta figure that out.
You got to go watch Doc Rock.
I watched one of his videos and then I watched another one of the Ecamm people's videos on about the mic delay.
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to go in there and play with the settings. Because I've been like I got somebody asked me a question, I think it was Pippi before you came on, what's my plans for 2023? I got a lot of things that I've been working on as far as new businesses and stuff. And this is something that I mentioned, and I'm gonna get out of here. That I was telling a lot of my subscribers about last year, and I just stopped. Like with this whole box truck thing and anything you do, you gotta wanna like use this box truck thing as a stepping stool. Don't make this your end all be all. So for me, I'm focusing on businesses that are automated going forward. Like I don't want to do anything, any business I build thus far is not gonna have. I'm not building any new businesses that rely on people going forward. So, right now I've been
Nobody
focusing.
wants to work.
Nobody wants to work, and I'm not gonna. I know times are changing. They have changed. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people don't want to work. People don't want to do nothing. Everybody, we're in this whole boss culture where everybody wants to be their own boss. No one wants to work, and dealing with different personalities. I'm smart enough. I can build businesses where, it don't rely on nobody. They automate it. Man, if I go buy a laundry mat, I'll take that. I'll take that. Listen, I will take that laundry mat. And this is just an example of automation, just an easy example. I'll take that slow, consistent money all day long before I build another business where I have to deal with people, their personal issues, whether they feel like they want to come to work, don't want to come to work, whether they counting my money, worrying about what I got going. I don't got time for. I've been there. I done did that. I made a lot of money off of it. I'm older now. I'm smarter now. I have the resources now to build businesses that are not going to bring me stress. Running a box truck business at my peak, at my prime. I'm not at my peak. I'm not at my prime. I always say that. You know what I'm saying? At my peak, when I was running 15 trucks, I was dealing with 30, 35 people.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot. When I go back and look at some of the situations I had to deal with, the stress I had to deal with, dealing with people, dealing with their issues, dealing with everything I had to do. I don't want to go through that again. I can't go through that again. It was easy to go through it at 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. By 37, it started to get played. 38, I'm 42 now.
Just
I'm
wait till
40.
you're 50.
I'm 42. I don't got time to deal with that. And on top of that, I know building a business now that relies on people, I'm creating stress for myself. People aren't reliable. So I'm looking into automations. I'm also looking into, and this is one of the things you might catch. I probably never talk about this. Probably never hear me talk about it again. Cybersecurity. I'm looking in cybersecurity. You know what I'm saying? So I talk this box truck stuff because I know it. You know what I'm saying? I'll come on here and talk, but like where my mind is at, like I'm somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna be sitting up here battling, you know what I'm saying, and all that, you know what I'm saying, man. People can have that. I'll give people the knowledge that want to be in it because I've been there, done it, you know what I'm saying, doing it still on a smaller scale, you know what I'm saying? But automation is the key. Automation is the key. That's the wave of the future. Building multiple automated businesses. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you you know what I'm saying? I got property, but let's say I know you actually, you tell me you got property, you got 10 units. You got 10 units in, let's say, Cleveland. I'm gonna say, you know what? Is your basement being utilized? No, my basement being utilized. Hey, Axel, I'm gonna fly out to Cleveland. I want to meet with you. I want to take a walk through one of your 10-unit buildings. Axel, can I build out a laundry center in this much square feet of your basement in your building for your 10 unit? Can I put a few laundry centers, coin laundries down here? And how much would you charge me to rent this space? Matter of fact, I'll give you a percentage of the profit.
Hey, first of all, I had rentals. I don't want nothing to do with them anymore.
No, I'm just saying it for an example. I'm
I
using
know.
this. I'm using this as an example. There's plenty of automated businesses that I'm 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 looking into purchasing and getting into. That's just one of them. Automation is the key. Even like let's say like, and I know a lot of people don't like this with some of these content creators, some of the people that say, oh, they bought these these courses and these things. That's a business that's automated. Okay, once they build a course, an ebook, right? They take the time, whether they build it themselves or whether they purchase it from someone and put it online. If they sell it for $800, $900, or $1,000, once they put it out there at one time, it's sitting on this website 24 hours a day, and people are buying it. People are buying it. People are buying it. It's automated. Once they put it out there, it's out there and it's there 24 hours a day. Somebody can buy it at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. Eventually, this whole box truck thing is going to have its time again. It's not going to be to the point of how it was last year before the last of the pandemic, but it's going to have another little uptick cycle and hype again. And those people that have those courses, they're going to make that money automated. You know what I'm saying? There's plenty of automated businesses. So that's what I've been working on, automation. I've also been looking into cybersecurity, possibly starting some type of cybersecurity business on a smaller scale. Some other business that I got, that I've been working on. And then I got this mentorship thing that I've been building for these 15 people that I'm going to work with starting in 2 weeks. So,
Mark, all I can say is just enjoy life. Don't sweat all this crazy shit. Right now, I got this thing. I'm gonna be worried about building a little ass fishing cabin on the river. I got the land down there, and I don't give a damn about anything else.
You said you're gonna build a fishing pond.
Fishing cabin.
Oh, you like
myself a little cabin in the woods of Alabama.
Oh, okay.
You gotta enjoy life, man. Trust me. You're 42. You're still young.
Yeah, I'm young, but see, I don't really, you know what I'm saying? I really don't. See, man, entrepreneurship, I think entrepreneurship is a good thing, but I think I'm cursed by it. I'm not married, I ain't got no kids. So, I don't really have nothing hindering me as far as time. You got to have balance. That was something I meant to talk about too when I talked about social media, like the balance between real life and social media. You got to kind of have a balance. Social media is fine for entertainment if that's what you're going to it for. If you're going to it for information, you got to know what information to take and consume from it, and then kind of use your common sense to balance what is value versus what's cap, so to speak. I think the balance that I probably would have, let's say if I was married with kids, as far as like taking time away from thinking and building and stuff like that, because I got a certain amount of time for family, wife, and kids. By me not having that, you know what I'm saying? I just consume myself with a lot more work. I'm a bachelor, I go out, I do my thing, I have fun, you know what I'm saying? But I don't have nobody to report to. You see what I'm saying? So I just get money. I think the time in life where most people spend building a family, late 20s throughout their 30s and all that, I was too busy building a business on a high level. To run 15 trucks, like people think, a lot of people want to get to that point, but guess what? Some of these people out here, they got to that point, they wouldn't know what to do, where to start. It would drive them crazy. Like, to get to that point, you got to be strong. You got to be strong. You know what I'm saying? And I sacrificed a lot to get to that point. Early days, late nights. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I do have fun, you know what I'm saying? But I work a lot, you know what I'm saying? I work a lot, I work a lot. So
late nights, right?
A lot of late nights, man. Like, man, I remember it was times, in the summer when moving is busy. I got trucks running freight and then doing final mount, and then I got my moving trucks. Some of these moves don't end till wee hours of the morning. You know what I'm saying? I can't go home and go to sleep if I got a crew that's been doing a move since 9 o'clock and it's still midnight and they're still on this same move. I gotta sit in that office, and when they come, I can't go home and go to sleep. Still gotta close them out. My brother, he's gone home. Genesis is gone home. Stacy is gone home. The office staff is all gone home. I'm not gonna pay them to sit here, so I gotta sit there until that last truck comes in. I gotta close the gate up and lock it, put the codes and stuff in. You see what I'm saying? So, and then I'll sit there to 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, and gotta be back up because my Office Depot trucks, they come to the yard at 5:30. Because they gotta be at Dynamics by 6.
Yeah, and I would say not to discourage anyone, but I don't think a lot of people know that either when they get into the business
Yeah.
about
And see,
how much time you got to put in.
you got to put a lot of time in, and you know, and imagine, you know, I was in 2 relationships in the past 13 years. I was in like in 2 4-year relationships with 2 different people, 4 years for each one of them. You know, a lot of time was taken away from those relationships. The first one, I was going through the early stages of building. The second one, I was at a point where I was successful and was seeing the fruits of my labor and could travel and do all the cool things that a successful business person can do, but a lot of time was taken away. You know what I'm saying? A lot of time was spent in the office. You know what I'm saying? A lot of time was spent, you know, away. So when most people are building a household, building a family, I was building a business. And then when the business got built and was successful, I was running the business. So, it is what it is. That's the sacrifice. And when people ask me, man, you 42, you not married, you ain't got no kids. And they say, why? You a good looking guy, you in shape. You know why? And then I explain, this is what you want to see to success. This is the sacrifice it take. Now, it don't work like that. You got some successful people that are married, but not everybody's journey is the same. I'm a workaholic. You know what I'm saying? I'm a workaholic. Anybody that knows me will tell you I'm a workaholic. If it's something that I'm focused on, I got my mind on, I'm going to put my all into it. You know what I'm saying? And this is something that a lot of people that want to get into this space, this box truck space, they don't understand the amount of work that it takes to become successful. You know what I'm saying? They want that shortcut. And I'm not finna sit up here, and this is why I don't go down memory lane. Like, I could tell people a lot of stories, a lot of sacrifices that I did, but I don't, because based on some of the conversations they tell me in DMs on coaching sessions, probably I know they're not gonna, like, if I tell them some of the stuff I had to do, they're not gonna do it. I could tell you're not gonna do it. People complain about Final Mile. Well, this is why I was able to make a lot of money. I was in 2 of the most labor intensive industries, moving and Final Mile. This is why I made so much money. This is how I was able to buy so many trucks and expand. You know what I'm saying? Because I did what a lot of people didn't want to do. I'm not scared to get my hands dirty. I'm not scared to lift nothing. I'm not scared to sacrifice my body to get to the bag. And that's why I can be comfortable now and give away mentorships and sit up here and don't have to charge people for mentorships. I don't need that money. You know what I'm saying? I can sit up here and talk and give knowledge away for free. And if person want to take it, they can take it. If they don't want to take it, they don't got to take it. But if I reach one person, then God will continue to bless me like he has with so much already. But yeah, I've traveled the world, Axel. I've been to many countries. I've seen a lot of things, and all the fruits and all the I guess the fruits of life, if that's the term, or great things. It didn't come to any business that I started prior to my trucking business. All my uh uh, uh the fruits of my labor all came from the trucking business. And imparting, you know, for everybody that's still hanging in there, you know, you guys can really be successful at trucking too. You just got to work. It's going to be harder work now than it probably was in my generation. You know what I'm saying? because there's a lot more people in this space now. This space has become popular now, so you're competing, and the cost of entry is a lot higher. But if you get out of it what you put into it, so if you not the way I'm sitting up here talking with my eyes closed and stuff like that, it's because I'm tired, and the reason why I'm tired is because I'm still putting in work. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's researching, it's building businesses coming up. I got stuff jotted down, research, on the phone. I got a lot of stuff going on. Like, you know what I'm saying? I got a lot of stuff going on. So you guys have to put yourself into that position as well. Ain't nothing gonna come to where's the term? Ain't nothing gonna come to a sleeper but a dream. Is that the term? So if you want to see any type of success, you got to put that work in. And putting that work in is going to involve a lot of time and a lot of sacrifice. And that's it, man. You got anything to add, Axel and Party? I'm gonna get out of here.
No, I'm just watching you go to sleep.
I'm not asleep. I'm woke. I'm not gonna fall asleep on live, but my eyes are open. I'm just not looking. They're heavy right now. I'm finna take a shower.
No, basically everyone just has to do their research, and don't rush. Don't try to think you're going to get rich, in the first month. Just build what you need to build. Decide if it's even something for you. Some people are meant to be leaders. Some are meant to be followers. You don't necessarily have to have your own MC and your own company. You don't be a driver. Just get with a good company.
Well, you know what? I think a lot of people now are caught up in this whole boss mentality. When you talk to people, I talk to people a lot. Everybody wants to start their own business. It's to the point now you got people want to leave their jobs that they've been on 20, 25, 10, 15 years to start their own business. And that's fine. You know what I'm saying? I don't, that's why I did the live a month or so ago about quitting your job to start the business. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, we're in a culture-driven society now. Everything is driven by a certain culture, boss culture, entrepreneur culture, hip-hop culture. Everything is culture, 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 culture. You know what I'm saying? And social media drives that. Social media drives that. I'm just glad I'm not caught up in that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not caught up in that. And you're right. Not everybody is set out to be a leader, but culture is driving everyone to want to be a leader, which is another big reason why don't nobody want to bring their butts to work, because everyone feels like people frown upon work, man. But in order to be a good leader, you got to be a good follower. And if you can't be a good follower, you're never going to be a good leader, and half these people ain't good followers. You know what I'm saying? So, you're absolutely right, man. You're absolutely right. And I think, I think I'm gonna end this live, man. I'm tired. I think I'm gonna end this live, man, because I'm trying to, my thoughts are in my head, but I can't get it out, man. I'm beat, man. Balance. Yeah. Most people are employees in spirit. You are doing great. God bless and praise God. Execution is definitely a trade-off. Only the strong, the higher the certification, better to get to the top of the roof. Those rentals have human element also, especially in the healthcare field. Definitely a great lane. Took 6 courses already. I appreciate you getting the straightening. I appreciate constructive criticism. I hope y'all learned something off me. Hey, man, was it really constructive criticism? I guess it was. I wish it would have been done in private, but, you took it like a sport. So kudos to you. Kudos to you.
It's has been around. He knows.
What'd you say, Axel?
It's has been around. He knows.
Yeah, he's been around. He knows. So yeah, he's he's one of the people that actually listens. You know what I'm saying? He listens and he's doing well. Unfortunately, he just has something that's hindering him, but eventually that'll fall off. And patience is a virtue. He has to be patient, exercise a little discipline. It'll all work out for him. This is definitely heartwarming. Great show as always. Yeah, you know, at the end, you know, I always see with me coming on late, you know what I'm saying? See, like I know on Sundays it's heavy in the box truck space as far as people going live. You got a few people that went live earlier, and that's a good timing. But even before, I know Kirk is going live. There was another person that goes live now too around the same time. Kirk goes live on Sunday. I've always went on late, but now that late going on is catching up with me. So I gotta reconstruct some of my how I do things on Sunday. So that's what I'm saying for you guys that got that mentorship. It's got to be first thing in the morning on Sunday. It's got to be first thing in the morning. I'm cutting my lives down to 2 hours. I don't care what it takes. My lives are going to get cut down to 2 hours. So that means I'm going to have to neglect some of the Q&A. It may get to the point where I may come on, get my presentation and just sign off, and then maybe do a Q&A live later on in the week, just Q&A.
Tell Turkey you're moving into the late show.
Yeah, I'm getting older, man. You know, in most cases, man, I'm in bed by now. Man, I New Year's Eve, I was asleep by 9 o'clock, 9:30. New Year's Eve, I was out of there. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do nothing New Year's Eve. I went to the barbershop, got my line in, went and saw my mom, went to Walmart, did some grocery shopping, and I think I went to the gym by 8:30, 9 o'clock. Took a shower. I was in the bed watching Chicago Bulls play. Next thing I know, my phone was ringing at 12:30, and the text message was going off with people hitting me saying, "Where you at? Happy New Year." I'm out of there. Like I'm an OG now, man. I'm just embracing my OGness, man. I'm old. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you
I'm
got my
old.
number now, right?
I got your no, email it to me. No, yeah, I think I do got your number in the email.
Yeah, in case I'm on the road, it's easier. I'll see the text a lot quicker.
Yeah, because it took you a while to get back to my email that day.
I was pounding out those miles.
Yeah, we'll set something up, man. We'll do something that's more organized in the next upcoming weeks, and then I'll hit you if you don't respond to the email in time. I'll call you and we'll set it
Plus,
up.
I told you earlier in the comments, maybe I'll spice up a little bit with Vladimir.
You'll spice up what?
I'll spice it up. I'll dress up as Vladimir. I'll
What's up with you
explain
and
to
these?
you
What's
how
up
we
with you and
go
these
with
Russians,
vodka.
man? What's
Oh,
up
I'm
with
always
you?
picking on them. I'm friends with a lot of them, though.
What are you, Italian or something?
Half Greek, half Italian. That's why I can pick on them.
Yeah, I could tell you're Italian. I hear I see the Italian in you. I hear it in you. You know what I'm saying?
Usually they
So
think I'm from New Jersey. I hate that state.
people think you're from New Jersey.
Yeah.
I would think more Chicago than New Jersey.
Oh, really?
You kind of got that tough Italian. I don't want to consider it like that Chicago outfit, but you know the Italians, you guys are kind of like, I don't want to say boisterous, but like how you kind of like joke a lot, and like some people can probably take your jokes. I know you're joking, but to a person who's weak, they can probably take some of your jokes the wrong way. And the only
Yeah,
people
I
I
get
know,
that a lot. They take me the wrong way sometimes.
yeah. But that's how I knew you had some Italian in you, because a lot of Italians here, like the older Italians here, you know, that's how they joke. You know,
Yeah.
you Italians, you guys joke a lot. You sit around and you bust balls all day.
That's how you keep the mind sharp.
That's how you keep the mind sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah, Italians just sit around. You guys sit at the outside the social clubs and just bust balls all day.
Even I bust the Arab guys' balls a lot too.
The who? You said the
The
Arabs?
Arabic
Oh,
guys.
oh
I
yeah.
meant to tell you too. I ran into a young Arabic guy. They ran into me at the truck stop this past week, and they were driving a van, big van, 53-footer. I said, "What
Yeah.
do you guys get paid a mile?" They said 27 cents. What do you think of that one?
I think they're working for an Arab who has all the money and that's slaving them.
No, actually, they're working for Indians.
Arabs are working for Indians.
Yeah, they're two young guys, you know. They were out of San Diego, and then they said they got to drive up to L.A. to the yard to get the truck. I said, man, you guys are really donating a lot of time.
For
Yeah, a
27
lot
cents a
of these
mile.
guys, 27 cents a mile. That's the problem. A lot of these guys are getting, you know, taken advantage of by these companies. And I always say to a lot of drivers, you know, when you're on the road or you're at a truck stop, just strike up a conversation. You know, let them know. Let them know what you get. Let them know how you do things. You know, get their wheels turning a little bit. The faster they educate themselves, the quicker they'll move to make better decisions.
Hmm.
Listen. I ran into a guy. I might have told you last time. I ran into a guy in Michigan one time, 16-foot box truck. He was so excited. He said his phone broke. Company sent him money to get a new phone. He says if he doesn't get a load, they give him $100 for that day.
Right.
I said, this is sounding good. I said, how much you paid him out? He said 10 cents. I said, let me ask you. So if you do 1,000 miles, you make 100. He said, yeah, they treat you good. I said, you're crazy. Just like that. I'm not. You're crazy.
Yeah, I don't see how some of those guys in your lane be running for 20 some cents a mile and all that stuff. I don't see how they can make a
No,
living.
that 27 cents was in a 53 footer.
Oh, in a 53 footer, you did say that.
Yeah, he's making less. Those guys are making less than the cargo van guy.
Yeah, 27 cents a mile. That's some late 90s pay for running like 20 years. Wow. Yeah, that's what the rates were back then. Hey man, I don't know.
All I can say is for everyone to get ready because with all the Ukrainians coming over, and there's a lot of them, they're all at. I'm in a lot of their groups. They're all jumping into trucking.
You say Ukrainians?
Yeah, because they're coming on that U4U program.
Hmm.
They're getting CDLs, they're getting everything. They're coming heavy into the truck.
Yeah, between them and they've been busting a lot of the guys coming across the border. They've been busting in Chicago and New York. Our mayor wrote a letter to the Texas governor and said, stop sending buses of Mexicans up here. I guess they're walking across the border, and instead of him or the governor down there sending
Yeah, they
them
give
back.
them a water, a sandwich, and a bus ticket. Drop them off.
Yeah, but I haven't, I've been seeing it on the news about buses just coming up here from Texas of, illegals crossing the border, but I just don't understand why they just don't send them back across the border. Why don't they just turn them around and put them on a bus and send them back? I haven't
I'm gonna
really.
give you. I'm gonna give you my view on that. It's like trucking, okay? When you got a company that takes advantage of drivers, they're willing to work cheap. Well,
Mhm.
you got a lot of these big corporations. They want these Mexicans to come over so they can work them for cheap.
Hmm.
Are you going to work at McDonald's?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I mean, not at this point in my life, but
That's what I'm saying. They need these people to come to fill them position.
I think you're right because when I do go to like fast food place,
Yep.
but Mexicans are the predominant. I know here they're now the predominant minority. I think in another 10, 15 years, I think they're going to be the predominant minority in the country if they aren't already. And I think in another 15 to 20 years, we're going to see the first Mexican president.
You're probably right.
I
You know,
think,
everyone was fighting for higher wages and all this stuff. They didn't care. They just raised all the prices on the food, the fuel, everything. And hey, bring over some Mexicans. We're gonna need them for those lower wage jobs.
but I think people are realizing now that a lot of the work they're taking all the opportunity. And I think a lot of people are upset with the fact that okay, if you go about it the right way, that's fine, but there's so many coming over here that didn't go about it the right way, and then now they're just being distributed throughout the country, and they're taking all the work. and
Hey,
they're having
hey, don't
kids
get me
here.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. I had construction company. I had three brothers who are Mexican. I love them as if they were my brothers,
Uh-huh,
and I paid them well.
uh-huh,
I paid them well. They like me. You know, the ones back in Mexico. He Facebook messages me all the time.
mm.
3 years ago, he said, "I need to come back." I said, "Tell me what part of the border you'll be at, and I'll pick you up." He said, "I need to come legal." I said, "You got busted 3 times, but they're hard workers. You know, they're religious. They're good people all around. You know, I got a lot of respect for them more than my own people. Sometimes.
Yeah, they're definitely hard workers. You can't take that away from you. You can't take that
And their
away
women
from
can cook.
the what?
Their women can cook.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you
Come on, man.
dating?
Our American ladies can't even boil an egg anymore.
Uh, I think American women can cook. I just think American women probably are. I don't want to call them lazy because there's a few women in the chat right now. I think I'm not going to answer that question. I'm not going to tell you what I
I
think.
know you.
I'm not going to answer. I'm going to leave that alone. But what I will say is I will say the newer generation of women aren't like the older generation. Like I've dated people, women, I've seen women, I know women that just don't cook 5 days a week. I remember my mother, she would come home and cook for me and my brother. Even after having a long day at work, she would still come home Monday through Friday and cook. And you just don't see that nowadays. You see a lot of Uber Eats, DoorDash, eating out. So yeah, I get it. You don't see people cooking like that, you know. I haven't had anybody cook for me other than my mom, like a person that I was like seeing or dating and say, "Hey, I'm cooking. You want to come on?" People don't cook. It's more, man, you want to go out to eat. So it's a lot of going out to eat. Yeah, you're right. So I
Man, in
do know.
my house, mom would be making the bread, get it in the oven, clean the table. My dad would come home from the lamb from the farm that he just slaughtered. He'd throw that sucker up on the table and start carving it up.
Mhm.
My mom would look at him and say, "What the hell's wrong with you? This ain't the farm." He said, "Lamb. We're going to have lamb." You know, and it was good food. That McDonald's and Bally's and Burger King, everybody needs to get away from all that crap too. Learn how to cook your food, and you'll enjoy life better. Good food is make you happy.
Yeah, I
And I
cook.
think
You
good
know,
women would make you happy too, but they just want to wear pajama pants nowadays.
yeah, women will make you happy if you find the right one. If you
I'm
find the
going
right
foreign next time.
you. Oh, that's right. You're divorced, right?
I was never married, but I got two of, how you say it, babies, mamas,
Oh, you got two baby mamas.
two of them. One was supposed to be the nice girl. She ended up being the most crazy. Then I got
Mhm.
a crazy one, and she's crazy too.
Oh wow.
I'm going foreign next time. I'm thinking either Filipino or something.
Are you going? You going? You going with an Asian, Philippine?
I'm thinking about it. I heard they make good wives.
Oh, so you're looking to get married next time around?
Well, I'm 50. You know, somebody's got to roll me around in my wheelchair. Sooner
All
or
right.
later, that day's gonna come. You know.
Oh, that's how you look at it. I guess maybe I should start
Yeah.
looking at it like that too.
Yeah.
Maybe
You
I
gotta
need.
start getting ready, man.
I gotta find me a wife, huh? I'm gonna make that
Yeah.
my one of my goals. Find me a good wife.
With
You know,
no drama.
man, I can't do the drama, man. I'm a drama free person. I'm not bringing any drama. I'm not gonna bring any drama to the relationship. I ain't got no baby mamas, no baby mama drama, none of that. So all I do
Now
is,
you gotta have one kid, man.
well, here's the thing. I'm not gonna have a kid, um, and not being listen. In order for me to have a kid, at this point, whether I have one or I don't have one, I'm fine. But if I do have a kid, it has to be in a situation where the kid is going to be under my roof. I don't want to be a father and a father from afar, meaning I want to be a father where he's being raised or she's being raised under my roof. Um, so I've been very uh responsible uh thus far to not put myself in a situation where I got a baby mama. Like I gotta be like my child has to be under my roof. They have to be under my protection. I don't want to, have a kid and then I'm not with the child's mother and I get to see the child every other weekend, something like that. Nah, I think the key to raising a child right is to have two parents in the household, and I want to be there every day. I want to be able to discipline my child when I see him. I don't want to be the father who gets the call. You need to talk to your son. Or you need to talk to your daughter. You know he did. No, I'm gonna be there because my child gonna know not to play with me because I gotta go home to dad. You know what I'm saying? It ain't that, man, well, my dad don't live with me, so I know I can get over on this on my mom. Nah, I need to be there. So until I get put in that situation, I'm not gonna have no kids just to say, oh, I'm getting older. I don't have any kids, so I'm just gonna put one in so and so because I think she's gonna be a good mom, and my kid gonna come out with slanty eyes. Like if I have a kid with her, and it's gonna come out the skin tone gonna be this. Nah, I ain't gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? If we not gonna be married, then I ain't having no kid. You
Hey,
pull out game strong without
those
saying it.
Asians are good with math, though. You know, if you get yourself a little Asian kid, help you out in the trucking game.
Trucking game, I'm I'm almost out of the trucking thing. I'm almost
Then you
out.
might as well go get three wives. Then you can have time.
I ain't got time just because I'm exiting out don't mean I got time. I got other things. I got other businesses and I'm building uh uh new business. I don't have no time. That time
Just
just getting
remember,
replaced with getting replaced with
enjoy
other stuff.
life, do a little fishing.
I got fish. I got a 125-gallon South American tank.
Oh
That's
man, you gotta go out in the river, the lake, and catch some fish, man.
I've never been fishing.
Oh, you're missing out. That's peace and quiet right there.
Never been fishing in my life. Never had nobody to take me. You know what I'm saying? I never, you know, I wasn't.
I
I
won't go fishing in Chicago. You probably end up pulling a body out of that.
you might pull a bite. It's been something I always wanted to do, but like I wasn't fortunate enough where I had someone in my younger years that would take me fishing. I didn't have that. You know what I'm saying? So I've never been fishing. I don't know what it's like to fish. I don't know what it's like to catch bait or whatever it's called, cast a reel. I've never did it. You know
Man,
what
you
I'm
gotta
saying?
get out
So
into the world, Mark.
I've been out in the world, man. It's just, everybody's journey is
Nature, man, nature.
I get you, but here's the thing. If I didn't listen, listen, I grew up on the west side of Chicago and then on the southeast side of Chicago by the way of early in my early years of the projects. So like I, and my father wasn't, he was there, but after divorce, he wasn't around. The things that I think I would want to do with my kid, I didn't get because my father wasn't there. So I've seen a lot of things that other people haven't seen because success has awarded me. Like, listen, we were poor. Like, I never went to. My mother couldn't afford to take us to Disney World coming up. I went to Disney World as a 38-year-old man. So, a lot of things like fishing and things like that that I wanted to do as a kid, I still now as a 42-year-old man haven't never did that because I didn't have anyone in my earlier years to do those things with me. So a lot of things.
Anyway, you're a smart guy. You know how to do research. You got Google. Just add on your list how to start fishing.
You going I don't even know if I want to fish at this point, man. I got a big ass tank in my living room of South American fish. But if you saying I need to go and put a worm on a hook and throw it out and sit there and wait for a fish to bite it, and so be it. I guess I'll give it a try maybe this summer.
Yeah,
You,
get away from the city. Get away from everything. Hey, it'd be nice to see you do your live stream from the shore. This is Mark. We're doing fishing today.
I would never do that. The only content you saying make a video about it? No.
Oh, while you're there fishing, just click it on and say, "Out here fishing." You guys got any questions for me? Ask away.
No, no. That goes back to what I was talking about earlier, having a balance of social media versus like my balance of putting out these videos is to put out videos, not be put out videos and then show my personal life. Because if I put out videos and content and put my personal life out there, then it becomes no longer personal. You follow me?
Yeah, but listen, all you do is turn on the camera when you catch that big one for like 2 minutes. Boom, post the video, get your views, and that's it. You don't have to post the whole fishing trip.
I don't care about views. I don't care about views. I don't care about views. I don't like all that stuff that every other people care about. I don't care about it. I don't. I don't care about views. I don't care about popularity. RXO hit me about a month and a half ago to be their brand ambassador.
XPO, RXO?
DAT hit me to be their brand ambassador. You talking about those are checks. I'm not saying that one day I may not take one of those opportunities, but right now I'm not interested because I don't have the time, or nor do I want to invest the time to put into that. Now, if the right dollar amount comes, then I'm gonna be like, hey guys, sign up for RXO. Let me show you, use this code or whatever it entails. But you know what I'm saying? I'm not really here to be a influencer. There's been multiple times, Axel, I wanted to just say the hell with this. And I'm not putting up no videos. I'm not doing no live. Actually, one of my friends last week told me, like, man, Mark, you can't just abandon the people. You got a lot of people. I watch your content. Quiet as kept. I didn't tell you I watch, but I watch your content. A lot of people like you. They'll be mad if you just abandon, putting content up or going on live. So you can't just walk away from it. So it's a lot of times I just be like, man, to hell with it. I get frustrated. But I continue to do it to help people out, and it is what it is, man. But I'm not gonna me personally putting up my personal life. Like I'm not gonna look, I got stuff I can utilize for content, but I don't, because it's gonna put too many people into my personal life, and I want to keep my personal life personal, because the moment I put it on the internet, it no longer becomes personal. So, but I feel you, Axel. I'm rambling now. I'm tired. I'm finna go to bed, man. I appreciate everybody for coming out tonight. I'm gonna go to bed now, guys. I will be back on Thursday. Axel, you want to say anything in parting?
Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year.
All right, guys. I appreciate you guys. Tuesday night probably won't be on. Be back on Thursday. I got some videos coming out this week. Joe Gonzalez, appreciate you for hanging. You've been in here since the beginning. Don't put too much personal out there. People are nuts. Definitely people are nuts. But yeah, you're right. I'm not gonna do it. Won't do it. Haven't done it this far. No desire to do it. Hit the like button on your way out, guys. Appreciate you. Be back Thursday. I got a video dropping finally this week. I know I haven't dropped one in a month, but I got one coming out this week. It's gonna be very good. Some people are gonna get mad because they're telling you one thing. I'm gonna tell you another, but what I'm telling you is the right thing. So appreciate you, Axel. See you guys.
Good load, good price. Everything will be good.
Good loads, good price, and enter the industry the correct way. Don't get caught up in social media, guys. Use common sense, and look at things realistically. Look at things realistically. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is like no, there's no such thing as a rich box trucker. All right. So if you're thinking you're gonna become a millionaire off a box truck, it's not gonna happen. At 15 trucks in my peak, I grossed $1 million, and like I always say, my first $1 million gross year, it cost me $8. It cost me $8. All right. So I'm not a millionaire. Not a millionaire, guys. So it's not like if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. It's a low margin business. Just be smart when you're consuming content from content creators. Even me, you know what I'm saying? I'm not exempt from that. Listen to what I'm saying, but still do your own due diligence. I appreciate you guys. I'm out of here. I'm tired. I gotta get out of here. Peace.